America show, host Rob Noerr. Man, where have I been? So sorry I didn't stream last night. I fully intended to. And I'd been averaging about 3 hours of sleep a night for 3 nights in a row prior to that, through various reasons. And my wife and son went to bed around 8:30. He usually goes to bed before 9, so they went to bed. So at 8:30, I found myself saying, hour and a half till I got to stream. I'll sit down on the couch and I'll watch TV. And I closed my eyes and I opened them and it was 12:30. And I was like, I'm just going to do a couple things that I do before bed, get a shower and stuff, and then went to bed. It was just, I was I was tired. And I know there are those of you out there saying, you know what? Uh, I sleep 2 hours a night and I'm the man. Well, good for you all. I need to get about 5 hours of sleep or I'm just a sack of shit. But yeah. So I do apologize for that. I did fully intend to stream last night, but that's what happened. So anyways, how's Achilles know this? So I didn't know if I'm supposed to say anything on that front. Um, Normally behind the scenes, Avarice is behind the scenes and he's pushing buttons and this, that, and the other. But he is. I don't think he would mind me saying, say a prayer for Avarice and his wife. She's in labor as we speak. So congratulations to them. I know everything's going to turn out fine, but say some prayers. Um, I couldn't be happier for the dude. I think he's a great guy. He's got a great wife, and it'll be a day he remembers for the rest of his life. I'm through the moon about it. So I know he's been super excited. Yeah, I didn't know if I was going to say anything or not. Not that I don't want to, but sometimes people are private. But I think Avarice has announced on this stream that his wife was pregnant, and if he announced it in the Discord, then we're good to go. So yeah, congratulations to Avarice. I can't wait uh for his little man. It's gonna be amazing. Chairman's talking shit. Now, here's the deal. We gotta smash through that goal tonight. We absolutely have to. Because I'm gonna be doing some things which is going to uh, mean less streaming towards the end of the month here. It is all but confirmed that I will be heading to Phoenix to debate in the America Fest against Brian Shapiro. However, this hasn't been confirmed. I believe it's going to be a 2-on-2 debate. I don't know who his partner will be, but my partner is going to be. Does anyone want to take a guess? It's someone you know. So it'll be a 2-on-2 debate, and I'm supposed to have a partner. Can you guess who it'll be? No, don't say Andrew, because Andrew's debating with Myron against Destiny and Adam Mockler. No, it's not Jim Bob. It's not Andrew. Oh, Robert Whaley nails it. Yeah. Look at that guy. Himbo and the Fatty reunited, not just doing the extravaganza. It'll be great. No, it's not Sarah. Uh, Me and Jake Rattlesnake debating at America Fest. Should be a lot of fun, man. So, I have to get all my dates. That's probably going to require 3 days of my life. Day early to fly down and get it all situated and all that good stuff. Probably then the day of, and then the day after, be coming back. So, what's up, Aftershock? No, not Demon Mama. Will not be my partner in that debate. So, because of that, that'll be 3 days. And then I'll be getting back probably around the 22nd, 23rd. And I don't know how much streaming I'll be doing over Christmas. Yeah. Himbo and the Fat Man. Fat Man and the Snake would be good too. Yeah. That would be good. Is Jake going to debate with an American accent? I don't know. Now, there's one other thing, though, that I'm toying with. And this would probably be, let's check the date. And then I'll tell you what we're going to talk about today. Today, this is 7th. So I'm thinking next week. Maybe the 19th or the 20th. I ended up, I think, all but purchased a computer. Ironically, Avarice is putting the computer up for me. And so I'm going to do a stream where I'm fundraising for the computer. And that is probably going to be, if I could set it up, a 24-hour stream. Now, in order to do a 24-hour stream, it basically requires guests, but I think I could set that up. So I'm going to be reaching out and trying to get people to debate against me. I think it would be great to have 12 people debate against me. I don't know that I'll be able to line that many up. But if I could get 3 or 4 to debate against me, and then get Andrew and Jim Bob and Jake and Rachel and some other folks to call in the show for like an hour apiece, that should get us through the 24 hours. So we're going to set a goal for Phoenix trip and for the computer. I think that's going to be next Friday. That's tentative, but that's the plan. So yes, scheduling and show manager. So did I kick the video done by Greg Doucette? No. Minecraft stream. Nah. If I ever do any video gaming, it'd probably be chess or some like Halo or some shit like that I used to play that I'm terrible at. Yeah, I could do verbal combat to end the stream. That would cover some hours. That's totally true. But no, I don't know who Greg Doucette is, and I didn't see that. Chess is a game. It counts as a video game. It's on video, and it's a game. Tarkov. I don't know what that is. Is that like a... I don't know. So, let's hope we have a good day with the donos, seeing as how I took off last night, and I took off Thursday. Womp womp. Don't worry, I'm hitting it running. I was going to start limiting the call-in shows until Tuesday and Thursday, but seeing as how I took so much time off this week, inadvertently, we're going to press ahead. So, what's a good computer setup cost these days? It's looking, I don't know shit. Avarice does. It's looking like it's going to cost me about $3,500 for the computer. Yeah, it's not going to be the 19th. Did I say the 19th? Oh, shit. How about the 12th? That's this Friday. We'll set it up this Friday. Even if I can't get guests, I'll show you. I could do 24 hours on my own. So, yeah, we're going to shoot for Friday the 12th. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a computer that's so fucking good I don't have to piss with it for like 4 years. That's the plan. So this thing keeps shitting out on me, as you that watch me have seen. And what's going to happen is, once I progress to the point where I'm doing like Piers Morgan or something, and my damn computer crashes out on me, they're not going to want to have me back. So I'm trying to get a PC that's not going to piss with me. So that's the plan. All right. So tonight, Sunday nights, what I like to do is sort of a blast from the past type show. And I got one for you tonight. I got a topic and some videos to cover. Now, I thought about covering an old debate of mine and doing a sort of debate stream or debate review stream of myself, but I was like, nah, let's not do that. So instead, I was thinking what to cover today, and I thought of something. My good friend Avarice is, right as we speak, in the hospital, being a great support person for his wife. I know he's doing great, and it got me thinking about when I was in the hospital with my wife and how nervous I was. I was on pins and needles that whole week. My wife's due date was January 6, 2021. Now, Hank ended up getting here on January 9th, 2021. He was 3 days late. But I remember that whole week, like once he started to get near the time, it was like, oh shit, this is real. So, yes, the everything bagels. Yes, yes. I was a very good support person, and I was very nervous that whole time. My wife was probably more nervous, but I don't know. And I remember something happened on my son's due date. January 6th. Anyone recall what happened on January 6th, 2021? Anyone? Hmm. What could it have been? That's right. The stock market went up. You got it. It was the riot that would become seminal to the Democrats and the establishment cracking down on Trump supporters, and everything else. So that's what we're going to talk about today because they did. They brought back McRib January 2nd, 2021. Great day. So we're going to watch some videos regarding that and then see how right or wrong I was. And in addition to that, we'll talk about some of the new findings that we have on the pipe bomber, things like that. From there, we can go wherever tonight after that. We could take call-ins. I would love to debate someone. That would be great. So that's the plan tonight. But first, we'll read the super chats. Oh, also, so far I have two things lined up this week. I believe the first isn't confirmed. I think Tuesday. Let me get this right for you because I'm always bad. Tuesday, December 16th. Shit, that's not this week at all, is it? Son of a bitch. Okay, well, never mind. Anyways, Tuesday, December 16th, I guess that's next Tuesday, at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be on Modern Day Debate, and I will be debating, what's his name? Adam Kahn. Now, I'm actually very excited about this debate. Because I believe I've debated Adam before and really liked him. Let me check. Yes, I debated him on Jake Rattlesnake's show. That's this guy. Oops, sorry. And I actually think he's a very smart dude. And it was one of my favorite debates I've had in a long time. Now, you might be saying, really, you crushed him that bad? No, I thought I did very well in the debate. However, I thought he did well. And that's what I like. I actually like, and it wasn't a lot of like screaming over each other. And so I'm very, oh, Everett's in here? Oh, we're Baby Bell. Thank you so much, Avers. All right, you got to get to that everything bagel. So prayers out to Avers and his wonderful wife. She's going to do it. She's going to have a baby tonight. His life's going to change. It's going to be amazing. So thanks for checking in, Avers. It's great news. So, yes, I will be debating Adam Kahn next Tuesday. That topic will be something to the effect of, the exact prompt was Trump a better pick than Kamala? And I saw that, Avarice. I saw the song. We'll play it here later tonight. So there you go. We got that. And then Thursday, I will be on a panel with I don't know who. It'll be hosted by Admiral Gibbs. So far, it looks like the people in the panel are Grid, me, Ryan Mullally, Liberal Cluck, and Average Debate Enjoyer. Someone named Cassell, I don't know. And that topic's going to be the Somali fraud in Minnesota. So we'll be talking about that. And then, of course, Monday, that's tomorrow, right? Yeah. I'll be doing episode 3 of Law and Order with Ryan Mullally. And I'm sure we'll find some legal topics to talk about. Maybe we'll talk somewhat about that Somali case. And then there's tons of legal stuff to talk about at all times. January 6th pipe bomber, I bet we'll talk about that. So there you go. For Avarice right now, we're going to play, it's weird for me to play this song, but Avarice made me an amazing song. And I want to play it for you again. For him, sorry about that. I don't know how to do this. All right, here we go.
Yo, from the hills of Pennsylvania,
Let me know if you can hear it.
rises a titan so bold. robnoerr, the voice of the people, breaking the mold. College days at Clarion, debate team on fire. First to qualify nationals, taking it higher. Ziegel-Mueller vibes, crushing opponents with facts. Wins stacking up like trophies, no turning back. Populist, conservative, anti-establishment king. Challenging corruption, making the swamp sing.
Ran for Congress in 19, fighting the elite. No fear in his heart, bringing the heat. Host a normal America, truth on the screen. robnoerr was the legend, living the dream.
Going once, going twice, Rob's on the rise, debating political grins, taking the prize from college halls to YouTube brawls. He's the boss, destroy destiny, made him rage quit and toss. Bid high on the feet, no one competes. I'm the Labra folded, Andrew Wilson beat. We need to get from Cheerio to everything bagel fast. robnoerr's the master, making history last. YouTube warrior debating the woke and the blind. Destiny melted down, left his ego behind. Hut your kind of boy, first amendment. Two Robs, logic like lightning, cutting right through bad faith. Now he's pure fire and steel, conservative coach, keeping it real. Conspiracy crusher, calling out lies from Biden scandals to election ties. Political victories in the heart he ignites. Running for the people, winning the fights. Normal America's calling, tune in and see robnoerr's the hero, setting us free. Going once, going twice, Rob's on the rise, debate wins, political grins, taking the prize from college halls to youth to brawls. He's the boss, destroy destiny, made him rage quit and toss. Guy on the feet, no one competes. Brian Shapiro shattered, foes in defeat. We need to get from Cheerio to everything bagel fast. robnoerr's the master, making history last.
He's funny, he's charming, downright handsome and wise. Challenging the system, opening eyes. From Pennsylvania roots to the national stage. robnoerr's the future, turning the page. No meltdown for him, he's steady and strong, leaving opponents wondering what went wrong. So raise up your voice for the man who's unchained. robnoerr forever, his legacy ingrained. Badass and brilliant, the king of the fray. Normal America rises, hip hip hooray. Hey, shut
Thank you so much, Avarice. I hope you guys like that song. One more time, Avarice, congratulations, man. Soon to be a father. Prayers out to you and your wife and your son. Everything's going to go great. And listen, I went through this, obviously. My wife had a wonderful son, Hank, almost 5 years ago. And everyone says how difficult being in labor is. It didn't bother me much at all. I actually had a decent time with it. So I was joking around with the nurses and everything. And it was like 24 hours. So, yeah, you'll be fine, Avarice. Everything's going to be fine. I think my wife did okay. I'm not sure. I was too busy having a good time. So, congrats to you guys. So, all right, we're going to read the super chats, then we're going to get That's right, for the everything bagel. Then we'll get to the show. Gorilla Biscuit Baby gives 5 memberships. Thanks so much. GG gives a membership. Thank you. The Great Naughty Germ, $5 as always. Thanks so much. Says movie night with the family, but popping in to send support. Well, congratulations on the movie night, man. There's nothing more fun. I absolutely love watching movies with my wife and son. It's one of my favorite things to do. Gorilla Biscuit Baby gives 5 Normal America memberships. Thank you again. That's 10 total. Chicken Pork Adobo becomes a member. Thank you. Letty, $10 says, hey, would I be interested in reviewing a debate of a VTuber who's bigger and trying to impress Andrew? Or trying to improve? She's a fan of Andrew and wants to get better. Sure. DM me on X or send it on Discord. I would try my best as long as it's something I would remotely be interested in. Imposter Coding, $10 says for Avarice. Thank you. An AI Barbecue gives a member or becomes a member. Oh no, gives a membership. Thank you. And lastly, David Moore with the $20. Thank you so much. Remember, get those super chats and we're going to break through door style, right? Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side of the dono bar. Yeah, I'll stick to my day job. Not really much of a singer. Oh, and the great Wade Boggs, thank you so much, gives 10 memberships. All right, January 6th. I was thinking about it because this was the date that my son was supposed to be born, and my good friend Avarice being in the hospital right now with his wife in labor. So I like to cover older stories here on Sundays, old videos, stories, etc. See how I did, if I was right, if I was wrong, what's changed on them. Normally, I like to cover things that we need to remember, but January 6th, it's a day that we're constantly reminded of by Democrats. And I think I was spot on with what Democrats would use this for as we go back and look at what I was saying about this early. So I thought that the first thing to do was to actually look at what I said in contemporaneous on January 6th. Now, I was obviously on pins and needles, as I said, as any moment I knew I might be heading to the hospital with my wife. And so on the day of January 6th, I don't know what time, but it was at the beginning of the Capitol riot when I had to go to Walmart to pick up some stuff for my wife. Obviously, her being 9 months pregnant, and that was her due date. She didn't feel like leaving the house very much. So I was trying to make myself useful. So I went to go pick up groceries, and as I'm on the way out the door, I'm like leaving the car warm up, and I see this story that at the January 6th rally, people were fighting with law enforcement and attempting to get towards the Capitol. And so right then, I decided to do a live stream. Now, you'll see I'm disheveled, but that's not unusual. And I'm a little fatter, and I'm cold. But I thought we would start with that video. So let's see what I was saying on January 6th. Now, lest I be accused of lying, here you can see streamed live on January 6th, 2021. So I'm not lying. That is the case. That's when I stream this. And it's a car stream. I used to do these streams in the car. I don't anymore. So let's see what I was saying on January 6th. Now, the normal thing to say is, the righties, they didn't call out the violence and all of that shit. So let's see if that was the case and what my feelings were on this. Here we go. Hey, what's up, everyone? So I'm going to pick up a Walmart order. Got my trusty mask here. It's nice. I don't have to get out of the car. So remember that shit? The masks? Yeah, you had to have a fucking mask on to deal with the Walmart bullshit. So, anyways, that's fun. Not just for COVID reasons, but just in general. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on initial reports that, and I've seen some video that strongly suggests this is the case, that some of the people at the Trump rally are trying to storm Capitol Hill. Now, look, as of everything, I'm not going to be a hypocrite about this, but as of everything, we should wait for proper context as to what's going on. We're only seeing snippets of videos to see what's going on. But certainly if this was a left-wing rally, I would be out there commenting, even though I'm open to more evidence, but I would be out there commenting on why this was bad if it was the left. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'm going to make the same, not a jump to conclusion, but the same initial take, and then I'll wait to see if more evidence comes forth. So there's several things to say. One, I am unambiguously condemn any sort of political violence if it occurs on the right or the left. I condemn the people that are trying to physically get through the police to get to Capitol Hill. I am saying this with the full knowledge that this will reduce the amount of people that watch my channel. That as a Trump supporter, for me to condemn this sort of things, as someone who thinks the election was stolen, that people think that I'm giving up, and that this somehow means that I don't care that the election was stolen and all this stuff, that couldn't be further from the truth. And remind you, I think the election was stolen before the election because we allowed propagandists to infiltrate the mainstream media, academia, corporate America, the tech companies, etc. And their ability to propagandize will mean that they never have to steal another ballot. So I understand that there are a lot of people watching right now that'll be pissed. How dare I condemn these patriots? If these patriots are using violence to trying to storm Capitol Hill and get through police, they are wrong. And they should face legal consequences for doing that. I cannot be clearer in saying that. If that upsets you as a Trump supporter, I'm sorry. I've gone through why I think that this political violence is immoral and unjustified and also unstrategic. This sort of image is exactly what the left wanted. It's exactly what the establishment wants. Because now they know that, think of the radical nature of the things that they're about to do and the things that they have done. If the police attack them first still. So, I clearly am against any political violence and called it out today. And let me say, still to this day, what are we, 5 years on from it. As bad as it's been exploited, as much as it was probably intentionally set up to have a lack of police presence to ensure that there was violence that occurred that day, it does not excuse the people that engaged in violence. That's wrong. It's ineffective, it was immoral. And it actually had the exact opposite of the intended consequence if you were enacting violence in order to try to do something about the election. I think correctly said, wait until you see what the Democrats are about to do with this, because they're going to bring the hammer down. Now, someone in the chat says, well, I don't think that the Republicans did this. I think the police started it. All of those are valid, but you'll see what I say. I don't know. We'll have to see what the full context is. But it looked to me like they were trying to storm Capitol Hill, which is a no-no anyways. But we'll see what the context is. But we should be honest. If this was on the left, many Trump supporters wouldn't be saying, well, let's look at the full video and see if the police attack them first. It is the right thing to do, and we'll see what the full context is coming out. But again, in general, just my initial take on it, without getting more evidence, political violence is wrong. I'm going to lose you just for a second here. I talk about this all the time. The way we win this is a battle of information. We need to wake up the great masses. There are the populists, regardless if you lean left-wing or right-wing, that care about the people of this country. And then there's the establishment, regardless if they claim to be Republican or Democrat, that don't give a shit about the people of this country. And they want us divided. But the vast majority of people are somewhere in the center. We need to wake those people up to our side. The establishment will now use as propaganda. Oh, look, those populists that claim to be reasonable, look, they're unhinged lunatics. It wasn't as bad. And I just want to make clear in general, right, what's going on, what my take is on the idea of political violence. I'm about to lose you for a second, and then I'll be right back. So I'll be gone for like 30 seconds. Nice! Dead silent. This is why I stopped doing car streams. I live in rural PA, so the reception goes out all the time. Now, let me now go to arguments that I think my supporters will like more. We have to have a sense of proportionality. Even what we saw in this video, is it anywhere close to the damage, violence, devastation we saw from Black Lives Matter, from Antifa, from leftists? Are they beating people because they're wearing hats supporting Joe Biden? Are they lighting buildings on fire? Are they looting businesses? Are they doing that sort of stuff? No, they're not doing any of that.
But I just wanted to make it clear at front that I'm not being hypocritical, that anyone that's engaged in political violence should be held accountable. Again, I'm open to seeing what the circumstance around this was, but I should also be open to seeing what the circumstance around was when Antifa riots against the cops and fights the cops. They say all the time, well, that's because the cops punched them first. That's because the cops sucker punched them. That's because the cops tear sprayed them first and things like that. So I'm just trying to apply even standards here. That's all I'm doing. But certainly, this is only a small sliver of what we've seen occur from the left the entire time. So that's what I wanted to make this video about. I have predicted over and over again, if you make excuses, not just average people on the left that I talk to, like my friends and the people I debate, that's not the people that are important. It's the people that run the show for the left, the people in the mainstream media.
Now, I am making the argument even back then, like, yes, violence is bad. Yes, the people that use violence on January 6th should be held politically or legally accountable. Yeah, are we not, man? That's great, man. Yeah. I see that if you're listening. But I'm also making the point that it was disproportional, the amount of violence we saw on the left. And even back then, you have to understand what I was doing up to this point. At this point, I was having debates about the election, debates about COVID, and debates about the Floyd riots over and over and over. I was on panels debating, and almost every lefty I was debating was like, what violence? It's overwhelmingly peaceful, the Black Lives Matter, the George Floyd stuff. And I kept telling them, I was like, listen, here's the deal. Once you normalize this, once you tell one side it's okay to go out there and use violence, inevitably, the other side will do it. And when they do, you people are going to freak out. No, they said. No. And that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. And so that's the point I'm making here, again, on January 6th.
The people in academia, the people in the tech companies, the people in the Democratic Party that have ignored or made excuses for the violence. How many times when we've talked about Black Lives Matter violence have you heard people on the left, people in power say things like this? Well, it was only 6%. The vast majority of Black Lives Matter rallies were peaceful. Okay, the vast majority of Trump rallies were peaceful. So I don't want to hear one person who made those arguments on the left say a goddamn thing. I don't want to hear it. This was predictable. We knew this is what would happen. When you start to make excuses for why political violence is necessary, and it gets your voice heard, and it's understandable, and it's acceptable, and how focusing on the riots is a bad thing because it's majoritarily peaceful, you knew damn well that the other side would eventually do the same shit. You knew it. And that's what most of these people secretly wanted. That's what these people on the left that I debate want. That's why they're going to these rallies right now, arming themselves, saying we're defending ourselves from violence, because they are hypocritical pieces of shit. And they'll lie and say, oh no, I was against the violence on the left. I was against it when I was saying Antifa was just an ideology. When I was saying the majority of Black Lives Matter protests were peaceful. I was against the violence. They're lying.
Now, that's exactly what's happened. And this is easy to predict. When things are occurring in real time that's bad for their side, they'll just be like, no. No, what are you talking about? It's mostly peaceful. I don't know what you're seeing. And then later, afterwards, January 6th happened. And so then now it's okay to talk about political violence. And they would all come out and say, I was against the violence in real time leading into the 2020 election. I was against it. I was condemning it. Bullshit. At best, they'd say, yeah, I guess it's bad. And that would be that. It was occurring on a nightly basis, and they barely gave a shit. Remember, the VP candidate, Kamala Harris, had promoted a bail fund to bail out people like that.
This is what the intended plan was all along, which is another reason to resist the urge to want to engage in the very tactics that the left engages in. Because they control the narrative, when you engage in those tactics, they will then use that to crack down on you. So the answer is winning the culture.
Now, not only was I right about this on January 6th about a crackdown that was impending, but there were people that came on my channel afterwards, immediate aftermath of January 6th, and were like, but now is the time for violence. It's fucking stupid. And as I say here, you can't do that. The left can get away with it. The left basically killed Charlie Kirk with no repercussions. If someone on the right, God forbid, did that to a big figure on the left, the crackdown would be insane on right-wing groups, right-wing streamers, etc. It'd be insane. You have to understand where we're at. We got here because the establishment, which uses the left, is their excuse, for 50 years has been infiltrating every system from the entertainment industry to the academia to corporate America, the tech companies. They control the narrative. They controlled places like the FBI. They're going to fucking crack down on you. And that's exactly what happened. And if violence is used now from right-wing groups, it would be the same story.
War and the information war. If you jump into and I know what you're saying, and I agree with you, in the interest of fairness, if it's okay for the left to burn down buildings for their cause, why isn't it okay for the right? Yes, that would be the anti-hypocritical position to take. I say that all of it's wrong, and I'm trying to illustrate how you don't want to fall into the trap that they're setting, because that vast group of people in the middle that we need are going to just be like, probably what they'll say is, all sides are nuts in this. I don't give a shit. I just give up. Whatever. The government will lock me down. The government will take all my shit. There's no sensible person out there. That's what they'll be saying. I kind of started to sympathize with these people on the right, or Trump supporters and stuff, that were pointing out the insanity of the left. I was sympathizing with the fact that we literally had leaders in this country that were bending over backwards to excuse the fact that we had riots that went on since George for 6 months or longer. I was warming up to that side, like, yeah, this is crazy shit. But now I see that it's all bullshit. They're willing to go out and do the same. I'm not saying this is the same. Hear me out. I'm not saying that. But that's how it's going to be spun, and that's how people that aren't looking at this situation as much as us are going to interpret it.
That's exactly what happened in the aftermath. The left and the establishment was able to paint MAGA supporters and the right in general as violent extremists. Of course, the left embraced that, but so did a lot of people in the center. A lot of people in the center, for a year or two at least, maybe even longer, some, were basically like, both sides are nuts. That's what happened. And the problem is, because all of the institutional advantages are with the Democratic Party, we can't afford that. That's why it was such a bad idea to give in to violence. Now, you can't control it. Someone eventually will do something. And even if not, they'll just set it up like they did the Whitmer thing. But if you're out there and you're ever so frustrated that you're considering some sort of political violence, it's a huge fucking mistake. It's a huge mistake morally, but it's hard to convince people of that. So let me convince you that it's a huge mistake strategically. You're going to have the opposite effect.
But the real point I want to make is, when I had all my friends, if you're watching right now, you know that if you're one of them, my friends in real life that said I was a lunatic when I said that Trump should use the National Guard to stop the riots because these Democratic mayors were intentionally allowing the riots to occur and refusing the National Guard. When they said, oh, Rob, oh my God, you're an animal. What are you doing? I said, what the hell do you think I'm doing? Because if you don't, then the other side is going to start engaging in the same behavior as well. Then we're going to have anarchy and people beating the shit out of each other on the streets and killing each other on the streets. Is that what you want? Now, how hard was it to see that this was going to happen? Now listen, there's a difference. The people that control the left, and not just the left, it's not a left-right thing. Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, they're all in this shit too. But the people that control the establishment, this is what they wanted. They do that. This is their strategy all the time. They do some heinous action and then goad the other side into doing the very actions they're taking. They issued a quid pro quo to stop an investigation into the Obama-Biden administration allies. Then they impeach Trump for allegedly issuing a quid pro quo. They illegally investigate Trump. Then they accuse Trump of being a criminal if he wants to investigate the other side. They engage in riots and slander and racism. Then when the other side engages in things that are interpreted that way, they condemn them. That's the plan. That's what they do. Oop. Sorry, I lost you there. That's what they do over and over again. But those people in positions of leadership are different than the people I talk to that are on the left that I know in real life and things like that. Many of those people aren't involved in leadership of the Democratic Party or the establishment or the Republican Party. Those people legitimately were brainwashed into thinking that it was somehow acceptable to have political violence on the left because their voice needed to be heard, because white privilege and Black Lives Matter and bullshit like that I also fight against regularly. And I said, don't you understand what you're doing? You do understand how you're going to radicalize the other side. You get that, right? We know you don't give a shit because you're brainwashed or you're a hypocrite or something. You don't care when your side is committing violence because you say, oh, I'm not going to be targeted by my side's violence, so I don't care. I'm not personally at risk. I'm not the shop owner that lost my shop. I'm not David Dorn that was executed. I'm not the 5 police officers in Dallas that a Black Lives Matter person murdered. So I don't give a shit. I'm on their side. Let them go out and engage in violence. I said, you do understand, though, that this will set the precedent that the other side will then engage in violence, and now you and your loved ones will be targeted. You get that, right? Not to mention Antifa and Black Lives Matter will also target you if they feel that you go off the reservation. You get that, right? You understand it. Oh, no, that would never happen. So let me call out someone specifically like Dylan Burns, who's out there nobly fighting against these invaders.
And this is exactly what happened. I told these people over and over I told them. I said, here's what's going to happen. When this happens, you guys are going to freak out. Sorry, I was finding another video there. I think we're ready to go on that one. So, there you have it. I told them as we saw this violence, again, remember this. What was going on up until January 6th? We had the COVID lockdowns. While there were lockdowns, there were violent left-wing groups that were rioting across the country. Hundreds of locations of violence. While the rest of us were supposed to be locked down. I kept debating these people. They kept downplaying it. I kept telling them, eventually, there's going to be violence on the other side. By the way, previous to this, I was also correct in that I predicted, and I have the video somewhere, I predicted before Rittenhouse that that's exactly what was going to happen. That if you allowed these people in left-wing cities with impunity to riot over and over again, we'd basically have another rerun of the LA riots. You would have basically roof Koreans. And eventually what you would see is Americans come together and arm themselves and say, we're going to protect our property lethally. And that's basically what happened with Rittenhouse. And I said, when it occurred, the same left that didn't want the National Guard deployed and didn't want law enforcement to stop it, when that happened, they would go fucking apeshit. And that's exactly what happened. They wanted Kyle Rittenhouse's head.
These far right-wing invaders, because he lives in D.C. Now, he didn't do shit when the noble left-wing invaders came to D.C. and were burning down St. John's Church and other shit like that. He didn't care about that. Surprisingly quiet when it came to that stuff. Isn't that odd? Surprisingly quiet. But now he's out there. I told people like Dylan, I said, if you're unwilling to condemn this stuff, when it's used against you, you'll cry. He couldn't believe. Can you believe that the Proud Boys ripped up a Black Lives Matter sign? Ooh, that agitated him so much. Didn't have much to say at the businesses being burnt down by Black Lives Matter. Didn't have much to say about the statues being destroyed. Didn't have much to say about all the looting. Didn't care about that. But as soon as he perceived someone as his political ally having their personal property destroyed, all of a sudden that was a big deal.
And that's true. I used to debate all the time on this guy's panel, Dylan Burns, right? And he was a self-described journalist, which, by the way, went to Ukraine and did good work over there as far as I'm concerned. There's a story also, Ukraine, more shit breaking, surprise, surprise. Anywho, he's from D.C., and he got real mad before January 6th where there was Proud Boys supposedly showed up at one of the left-wing rallies that were there that would turn violent. And there was footage that he saw of one of the Proud Boys stealing a Black Lives Matter flag and ripping it up. Oh, that pissed him off. We don't want these fucking right-wingers coming into our city, was what he was saying. These violent right-wing groups showing up in our city. Of course, the people that said that shit, it was easy to predict that they would get enraged if right-wingers did 1/1000th of what left-wingers were doing over and over and over, which was rioting, looting, burning down buildings, attacking law enforcement. That still occurs to this day. Close your eyes and imagine when you see in a place like Portland, where the ICE facility is surrounded every day and law enforcement's attacked. Now imagine right-wing groups in some city doing that on a daily basis. Imagine that. The fucking army would be set in to throw every fucking one of them in prison. They would spy on every Republican in Congress to make sure they didn't have connections to this group. They'd be filing RICO cases. They'd put everyone on the no-fly list. They'd be looking at everyone's banking to debank them, just like they did with January 6th. And that was one day. So imagine if this was occurring over and over again. They'd have been raiding houses on night 2. And the left's like, it's not that bad. If the right does that one time, they're going to lose their fucking mind. And they'd be out there, look at this. Oh my God, Rob, will you condemn this? Fuck you. That's exactly what happened on January 6th.
My God, that's horrible. It's not just Dylan. The same is true of left-wing person after left-wing person. The reason I bring up Dylan is because I actually respect him as someone who I think's arguing in good faith. But he couldn't predictably see what his silence or his accepting. Now he's going to go back and rewrite history and go, oh, actually, I did condemn this violence. And it's not just condemning the violence, because that's different. The important part is people in positions of leadership and what did they do. Remember when Jerry Nadler was asked about left-wing violence in Antifa? He said, that's a myth. Remember when we were told that it's just an ideology? Remember when excuse after excuse after excuse was given to justify, it's only a small portion of these Black Lives Matter rallies? Then you don't get to say shit when the other side riots. Again, even if we theoretically a full-blown riot breaks out in D.C. tonight, how many Trump rallies have there been? And so this is one riot? So the vast majority of Trump rallies have been peaceful, right? So do you think people on the left will go, fair enough, we're not going to mention this riot at all. Why would we just focus on this riot? The vast majority of Trump rallies are peaceful. Do you think that's what they're going to say? Do you think that's what Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are going to say? Of course not.
Huh. No, instead they made this the seminal moment in recent Democratic Party history by having it be the single most important day to advocate for their chances of their policies of controlling, censoring, and aggressively going after their political opponents.
All right, I'm here to get my Walmart order, so bear with me for a moment. In fact, I'll just end it here. I might come on and do another video on the drive home. But understand what I'm saying. I condemn political violence. We can see what the circumstances are behind why it appears these people were rushing the police if the police attacked them first. But if we're going to do that, which I agree we should also give Black Lives Matter the benefit of that doubt as well. When we see them fighting with police, we should say, well, what's the greater context? Were there videos out there that showed the police started it? I had initial takes with Black Lives Matter and the riots that I saw with them in Antifa. And so I'm going to have that same initial take here when it comes to someone that's perceived on my political side. And even if it's not as it seems, I want to be clear that I condemn this political violence because it's immoral, or I condemn political violence even if this wouldn't fit into that definition, which it seems to me that it does at this point. But I condemn political violence because it's immoral and it's unstrategic. And I'm trying, and I've spent 2 years on my show pushing back against radicals on my side that said, the left engages in violence, why can't we? I continually and will continually push back against that. But the greater reason that I'm making this video is to say to all my friends on the left, to everyone on the left that made any excuse for any of the violence we saw on the left, shut your fucking mouth. You don't get to say a word. Shut up. And I'm going to have friends in real life that aren't going to like when I talk to them because they're going to say, geez, Rob, my God, did you see this violence? Shut your mouth. You endorsed Black Lives Matter that had violence occur in over 200 cities. You endorsed it. You said focusing on the riots was bad because the majority of it was peaceful. So shut up. You don't get to say a damn word. You're getting the civil war you wanted, you stupid shit. People like me that have integrity will continue to speak out against it. But you, shut your mouth. You disgust me. But I'll still protect you. I'll defend you. I don't want to see you fall victim to the very violence that you cheered for or ignored. That's it. That's all I have to say. No, I know I'm passionate about it because I'm very passionate about I don't want to see people get hurt. Amen and a women. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. So, Now, having said that, I have a kid coming Friday. It's the most exciting time of my life, and I'm very happy, but it's nice to vent. I hope if you're in DC and you're watching this, please, 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 God, I don't care if you're on the left or the right, please stay safe. Please, please stay safe. I don't want the people that are there cheering for Trump, I don't want the people that are there cheering against Trump to have to go through any violence. I don't. Please stay safe. Make your message in a peaceful way. There are other things we could do to fight back, please. So, all right, thanks so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon. I might do a video on the way back. Probably be calmer, but thank you so much. As always, have a good one.
Spoiler alert, I didn't do a video on the way back. I still feel the exact same today. I predicted that they would use this to crack down on right-wingers. I predicted even before that inevitably we'd see a violent right-wing riot because the left was glorifying or ignoring the left doing it over and over again. I predicted that when the right then went even 1/1000th of the tactic that the left used of embracing riots and shit, they'd lose their ever-loving mind. It's exactly what's happened. And I'm fed up. To this day, I'm still fed up that the left wants to focus on that shit while we see this violence occur over and over again. How many times did I debate someone about the, oh my gosh, insurrection, January 6th, that doesn't have shit all to say about, based on their very definition, the insurrections we see on a nightly basis. Looking for another thing. There we go. So that was what I was saying on January 6th. Let's read some, we'll then watch some more. We're going to spend the whole night talking about this event. Let's read some super chats first. Wade Boggs, we left off on, gifted 10 memberships like a Chad. And then Letty gives $20 again. And says, if I DM'd you the days, I won't weigh in Rob Purgatory in the requested individual. All good and joke aside, which is better, X or Insta? Yeah, I know I'm an idiot. But send it and I'll definitely check it out. So thank you, Letty. Really appreciate it. X-Type Gaming gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Ephemeral Wealth, $5.10 says, holy jeez. robnoerr, Grizzly GPT, Debate Wookie. Yeah, I used to have quite the beard, but yeah, there you saw. BJC, $5 says, look at that strapping young chap, so full of youth and hair. My Widow Peak allows me to make that joke, by the way. Yeah, what do you think? So that was, here's this guy, and then this guy. No! I was reading that supposedly they found a cure for baldness. I'll not be taking it. I'm going to grow bald gracefully. Thank you very much. BJC, thank you. And then Premonition, what's up? $2 says, Avarice baby coming. Please send our best wishes. Yes, the baby is coming. Thank you, Premonition. Always great to hear from you. Rumble, thank you everyone on Rumble, man. Really appreciate you. I see you guys over there. Ooh, I got a thumbs down on Rumble. Womp, womp. So remember, keep getting those super chats in. We're going to proceed. Knowing that you guys are going to crush that super chat goal here tonight. Now, the next thing I wanted to cover was a video I did about a year ago, and this was January 20th, 2024. Almost 2 years on now. Now, the very first thing that's hilarious about this video is, look at this, I get the little January 6th United States Capitol. It's got a little Wikipedia. And an attempted self-coup. It's weird. I bet if I'm covering BLM riots and shit, I bet it doesn't have a little note there, does it? Right? So here's a little video I did And it's going to be the top 6 examples that I see of law enforcement setting up January 6th. Here we go. What makes January 6th something that was able to be used as an insurrection and this big narrative was the fact that people got into the Capitol. And the question has to be asked, why would it be that so many professional law enforcement, Secret Service people, etc., military people allowed things to get out of hand? Why wasn't there adequate security? Why on the day of January 6th wasn't there more of a sense of urgency to prevent people from being able to get into the Capitol? My conclusion to this is the most likely scenario is we see what happened. There was motivation from establishment people in the Democratic Party and in agencies like the FBI that were able to then smear a group that they didn't like, MAGA and Trump, and were able to use that to institute all sorts of things that were beneficial to them after January 6th, such as the Biden administration being able to expedite their agenda by censoring people that were from MAGA and treating the opposition like they're domestic terrorists, and basically putting a pin in any criticisms of the 2020 election by giving an excuse to censor this information online and other places. The FBI has their largest task force in history, which is then allowing them to suggest that they need to have increased money, increased buildings, etc., to be able to build up their agency because it's so important that they go after these domestic terrorists. And so what I want to do is weigh that next to what the excuse from the official people defending January 6th as an insurrection will say, and they'll say all of the evidence that I'm about to outline to you is just evidence of incompetence. That's always what they do. Every time we see over and over and over, particularly the intel agencies that have engaged in corruption against Trump and people surrounding Trump, they'll just say every time it's incompetence. Now, a reason I wanted to play this was the pipe bomb story. Now, this is exactly what we're dealing with now. Well, it was just incompetence by the FBI that for 4 years under the Biden administration, they were incapable of finding the guy that planted the pipe bomb. It was incompetence that the head of the January 6th committee, Benny Thompson, basically could give 2 shits less about the pipe bomb, which was literally the most serious crime that had the most serious implications that occurred on January 6th. The FBI didn't seem to give a shit about it, and in fact was testifying that the phone data was corrupted, which was bullshit. And now, what we're going to be told is, well, you know, the FBI had other priorities. It was just sort of general incompetence. Now, all the things that I'm going to outline here on this video, same story. Every time I debate to the left, it's just incompetence. No big deal. Every time. So, let's see. So let's go through the top 6 actions, 3 before January 6th and 3 during January 6th, of the lack of law enforcement's urgency in stopping the riot that was January 6th. The first one would be the FBI withholding intelligence. Now, the FBI is claiming afterwards that they knew this was an insurrection, and so in trials of people like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, they're claiming that they had confidential human sources implanted into these organizations and knew through daily or weekly meetings that there was about to be an insurrection. And they had intelligence, for example, that said they were going to try to kill Mike Pence, or they were going to try to kill the Palace Guard, in other words, the United States Capitol Police. However, this intelligence was never shared. The bulk of it wasn't given, and we've seen both 2 people we'll mention here later, Capital City Police Steve Sund, who is the person who was most tasked, as always, with defending the Capitol. He claims that had he received this information, he would have had adequate security and things would have never got out of hand. And even the sergeant at arms under Nancy Pelosi, a man by the name of Paul Irving, claimed the same thing. So the question is, why was the FBI routinely on these meetings before January 6th with Stephen Sund and others, where Stephen Sund was saying, we don't have any specific intelligence that there's going to be any attack, and so we're going to have more of a lax security? Why did the FBI leaders that were on those meetings say, whoa, 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 no, actually, we do have very specific intelligence that there's about to be an insurrection? In fact, the FBI agent in charge was a man by the name of Steve D'Antoni. He was the guy who was in charge during the Gretchen Whitmer Fednapping hoax. In other words, he already showed once that the FBI was able to encourage something that would be seen as a very hostile act for what was tantamount to political points to paint MAGA people as bad. But trust him, he didn't do it this time. So the question remains, why didn't they share that? Now, Steve D'Antonio, I think I'm pronouncing that correct. Yes, that's correct. He was the agent that was in charge of the prep for January 6th, right? He was also the agent that was in charge of the Whitmer kidnapping hoax that helped set that up. And of course, he'd be the agent after January 6th. He's the one who testified to Congress that the cell phone data from the cell phone providers was corrupt, something that seems to not be true. Remember, the cell phone companies said, no, that's not true. We sent it. And now we'll see what more details come out. But Kash Patel's claiming that they didn't get any new information, that they were able to use the information that was already in existence during Christopher Wray and the Biden FBI, and they just investigated it more and was able to get an arrest. Isn't it amazing how all of these same names keep propping up over and over? Peter Strzok was in charge, the agent on the ground that was basically in charge of the FBI investigation into Trump and to Hillary in 2016. They get hired by the Mueller report. Steve D'Antonio, dude that was there for pre-January 6th with the FBI, the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping thing, testifying about trying to go after the pipe bomber. Amazing, isn't it? Intelligence. Next, General Miley. Now, one other thing I want to say about this, I forget the name. I believe it was Yolanda Pittman, who was the person that was tasked with Capitol Chief Son's team to relay intelligence to him. She did receive one FBI report that suggested that there could be a riot there, but never passed it up the chain. Of course, everyone getting in shit for January 6th, somehow she escaped it, despite the fact that her mistake, because they tried to pin it on her, that she didn't share the intelligence with the Capitol Chief Police so that he could have had adequate protection. Nancy Pelosi basically ended up having Yolanda Pittman get a promotion to where she was now promoted to top security at Berkeley, which is in Pelosi's district. Now, you would assume that seeing it's how January 6th for the Democrats was this huge deal, that they would have been super interested in making sure the people that failed in law enforcement that allowed that to occur would have been punished. But quite the opposite here. They all rallied around Yolanda Pittman. I believe I got that name right. Now we're going to continue. Now, you know General Miley as the general that hated Trump, that basically admitted he would commit treason, that he would contact China to warn them if Trump ever decided to have military action to them. That is a general of our military and the chief executive of the military, the president, going behind his back to aid a foreign country. That's what we know about Miley. Miley was... It's true. He did that. If you remember, General Miley did admit, or they found out, that he was talking to China, which is supposed to be our biggest geopolitical adversary, and said, hey, just so you know, if Trump orders an attack against you, I would call you first to let you know. Now, that's treason. But we just wrote it off. No big deal. Or is it Millie? I always screw up his name. Whatever. Doing all sorts of independent research on his own before January 6th, and he claims that he was able to find all sorts of evidence of talk of killing Congress people and an insurrection that was about to come. But instead of informing the people tasked with defending the Capitol that day, instead he just talked to Democratic senators about it. Why? Why would Miley, someone who's in the military, whose chief concern is protecting the United States, if he had credible information there was about to be an attack on the United States Capitol, why wouldn't he share it with the people that were tasked with defense? Why wouldn't he share that all throughout the military to make sure that the military knew the hostilities that were about to come so that they would be able to be prepared for contingency plans if things got worse? But yet, instead, Miley only talked to Democratic senator. So there you have it. He claimed to have this evidence that there was intelligence that, groups might get hostile, et cetera, but he only briefed Democratic senators instead of going and briefing the people that were tasked with security. Why? One of our top military people has information that there's about to be a coup in the United States, in their words, that's the Democrats' interpretation of this, an attack on the Capitol, and instead of actually talking to the people responsible with providing defense for the Capitol, he just talks to some Democratic senators who they themselves would then never go and talk to the people responding with defense. Now, Capitol Chief Son talked about how on a normal rally that would occur outside the Capitol, they would have a more heightened response. There'd be more collaboration with the FBI. There'd be more security that was provided there. And yet we're supposed to believe that the FBI and General Milley were sitting on evidence that there was about to be a coup, that groups were going to try to assassinate Vice President Pence and other people in order to take over the government, and they just didn't share the intelligence in an appropriate manner with the people providing defense for the Capitol. We're supposed to believe this. Again, the narrative is just general incompetence. It's just general incompetence. Continuing. Pelosi Sergeant at Arms Paul Irving. Now, Captain Stephen Sun has testified that he went to Paul Irving, and because of the way the law was set up, even though the Capital City Police Chief, in this case Sun, was the person primarily tasked with defending the Capitol, the law says that before he requests the National Guard's aid, he has to go through this sort of panel, two of which the people on the panel would have been the Sergeant at Arms under Mitch McConnell and under Nancy Pelosi. So he can't legally make the request for the National Guard until he talks to the Sergeant at Arms. So he talked to the Sergeant at Arms, I believe on January 3rd, Paul Irving, who answers directly to Nancy Pelosi. And he said, can we have the National Guard? And Paul Irving said no, because of optics. In other words, they were afraid to have the National Guard there because they thought it would look like Trump, like having some sort of military coup. Therefore, they thought, it's okay. There won't be anything that gets out of hand. Then we saw that Sund went and talked to the Sergeant at Arms under McConnell, and that Sergeant at Arms, when he finally got in touch with him, basically said quickly, no, just talk to the DC National Guard. Months later, Stephen Sund said he would talk to that same Sergeant at Arms under McConnell and say, hey, why did you come up with that so fast instead of saying yes or no about the National Guard to call? And he said because the Sergeant at Arms under Nancy Pelosi, in this case Paul Irving, called Stenger, the one under McConnell, and said, hey, Capital City Police Chief Sund's about to ask you for the National Guard. Under no circumstance give it to him. Pelosi wouldn't allow it. That's what's been testified to under oath. And yet there has been no investigation into Nancy Pelosi. There's been no subpoenaing of her records, and there hasn't even been subpoenaing of Paul Irving's records to see if he indeed had conversations with Nancy Pelosi about this. Why would this guy and Nancy Pelosi not want the National Guard there to provide protection, particularly when we know that there was intelligence going around that there was about to be an insurrection? Now, this sounds confusing. So let me try to make this as simple as possible. Capitol Chief Sund, he's the one that's like frustrated because he's like, before January 6th, I tried to get security. During January 6th, I tried to get security. So this portion of it right here, we have this guy, Paul Irving. Now, here's the story. Basically, people are like, oh, Capitol Chief Sund requested the National Guard. And it's true. He did request the National Guard prior to January 6th, and that was denied. However, in order for him to request the National Guard on January 6th, they changed the law to basically mean he had to go to this panel. There was only 3 people. I forget who the third was, but he needed one of these 3 to give him permission. 2 of them were the Sergeant at Arms. We have the Sergeant at Arms for the House, and Mitch McConnell, being the leader of the House, was his boss. Then we have the Sergeant at Arms that's under the Senate. Under the House, it was Nancy Pelosi. So first, he goes, before January 6th, he goes to Paul Irving. Irving is the Sergeant at Arms under Pelosi. He says, can we have the National Guard there? He says no, because of optics. It would look bad. So then he's like, okay, I'll go to this guy Stenger, who's the Sergeant at Arms under McConnell. He says, can I have the National Guard? And as soon as he walks in, he testified in front of Congress that he thought it was odd. It was like Stenger knew what he was going to say. And as soon as he said it, Stenger's like, no. You just got to talk to the National Guard there in D.C. We can't help you. So then after January 6th, and obviously frustrated about the lack of sharing intelligence, the lack of giving him appropriate resources on January 6th, and then, of course, the day of January 6th and the problems he had there, which we're going to get to, he goes and he has dinner with Stenger. Again, Irving's the guy that works under Pelosi, Sergeant at Arms. Stenger's the one that works under McConnell, Sergeant at Arms. So he goes and has dinner with Stenger, and he says, let me ask you a question. When I came and talked to you and was like, hey, can we have the National Guard? And you were just like, it seemed like you knew what I was going to ask, and you were just like, and Stenger says, that's because Paul Irving, again, the Sergeant at Arms under Pelosi, called me and said, listen, Pelosi's not going to go for this under any circumstances, so you tell him no. Now, I just want to be clear. That is testimony from the guy who is tasked with defending the Capitol under oath in front of Congress. He testified that he was told by the one Sergeant at Arms, nope, Nancy Pelosi personally said to make sure that you can't have the National Guard there. And none of the Democrats give a shit. There's no investigation, and that's just the day before January 6th. And you might say, well, what did Stenger say when he came? He passed away. So we can't even see what Stenger says because he's dead. So I hope that sums up what I was talking about there. Now, here we get, those were the three examples before January 6th. Now let's get to the day of January 6th. Three more examples. Now, the day of January 6th, forget what we just talked about. That was in preparation. Now let's talk about the actual day of January 6th. Around 12:57, the Capital City Police Chief, Stephen Sund, thinks that there's enough evidence that this is a violent action that's getting out of control that he starts to request the National Guard. So why was the National Guard so late in deploying that day? Remember, what separates January 6th from a day like May 30th, 2020? Well, what separates it is May 30th, where you actually had violent insurrectionists from the left that were using lethal weapons in the form of Molotov cocktails, burning down a guard station, attacking police, etc. They didn't get into the building because there was adequate security. You see this all the time. There was another pro-Hamas rally the other day where instead of having little bike racks, they had big fence and they had adequate security there. And so therefore people say, oh, not a big deal. But if there wasn't security there and people would have rushed through to the White House, would we then be able to say this was a dangerous insurrection? We don't know, because for some reason, even though there was evidence that this day was going to be an insurrection, we're now being told, the FBI and these other agencies did less than usual. You would think if they thought the government was about to be overthrown, they would do more than usual, but instead they did less than usual. So once we get to the day of January 6th, once things start to become a riot, why is it that we're so late to deploy adequate police presence or National Guard presence to prevent people from getting into the Capitol? So let's go through some of it. First, that same guy, the Sergeant at Arms under Pelosi, Paul Irving, who already said that he didn't want the National Guard there for optics, who we now know said that Nancy Pelosi would not accept the National Guard under any circumstance. Now, again, remember, because of the change in law, Capitol Chief Sund would have to go and ask permission to request. In other words, he has to ask permission to get permission. Normally, it would just be, he could call up the National Guard and say, or he could call up like military people to the National Guard and say, will you give me some troops? But he couldn't do that anymore. Now, they could, of course, deny him. They could say, no, we won't. He's allowed to ask, though. Now he's not even allowed to ask. He has to get permission from the Sergeant at Arms before he can even ask. So again, on January 6th, 12:57 is the first call he makes. He's like, oh shit, this is getting out of hand. We need more people. I don't have enough police. So he picks up the phone and he calls Paul Irving. He claims that, well, you'll see. He gets a call at 12:57 from Sund and says, can you give me permission to request the guard? And remember, legally, Sund had to ask the Sergeant at Arms this question before he could request deployment. And basically, Irving said, let me get back to you. Sund called Irving 11 times. Irving said he had to kick it up the chain. The only person up the chain was Nancy Pelosi. That's the only person he answers to. 11 times he received a call before he finally gave permission around 2 o'clock, right around the time when people were breaching the Capitol.
Now, my contention is that's what was wanted this day by all of these agencies. They wanted a breach of the Capitol so that they could use their insurrection narrative, which clearly we can see they've used that narrative to personal benefit. So right at that point when people...
Yes, that's exactly what happened, in my opinion. That the Democrats, the FBI, etc., the establishment people wanted this to be a riot that got out of hand. They did all sorts of things. They had agents on the ground. There was provocation by law enforcement that was there. They intentionally set it up so that there was a lack of adequate presence by law enforcement so that people would eventually riot and get to the steps of the Capitol and possibly even get in it. That was the plan. Of course, once that happened, then they'd say, okay, enough's enough. That's all we need for our narrative. Now we could say that Trump's responsible for basically people trying to occupy the government of the United States and overthrow it. And that's exactly what they did. Mass censorship of people connected to Trump also justified mass censorship of people on the COVID narrative. Going after Trump, we now know one of the things that happened was investigations and getting emails, phone records, etc., of about 1/3 of the sitting Republican senators. They got warrants to basically spy on everyone remotely connected to Trump, including congresspeople. It's exactly what they wanted. Why? Before 2 o'clock, when these calls started, like, holy shit, it's getting out of hand. Send the National Guard so we can prevent them from getting into the Capitol. Nope. Now, it's especially damning when you consider that afterwards, at trials of people like Enrique Tarrio and others, the FBI would be like, oh, we knew, we had intelligence that they were going to try to assassinate people and have a coup. Then why would you continually, both before and during January 6th, stay silent as you saw the violence escalating?
Will start to get close to the Capitol and start breaching. Finally, he says, okay. But here's the crazy part. Paul Irving lies under oath about it. He says he didn't receive a call until, I believe, around 2 o'clock. And the first time he got the call from Stephen Sund, he went ahead and gave permission. But Sund has the records of the calls that he makes and was in a room with a bunch of people that could back up his testimony that he called 11 times for 71 minutes. And yet, for some reason, the January 6th committee that's allegedly about how do we make sure this thing doesn't happen again, they have no problem with this dispute and testimony between Sund and Irving. Seeing as how Sund has the documents and the call logs to back this up, it's evident that Irving's lying. So why did he not allow the National Guard? And then why did he lie about it later? If truly they believed this was an insurrection that was going to harm senators and possibly Mike Pence, why would they delay in getting the adequate security there? Next is Lieutenant General of the Army, Paeta, denies the National Guard for optics. And so...
Okay. Now, we've been told that lying to Congress, law enforcement, etc. is a big deal. That's why they charged Roger Stone. That's why they charged General Flynn and a bunch of other people connected to Trump. How they got Papadopoulos. And yet here, on the day that Democrats say it's like the most important day ever, 2 people testified to something directly contradictory. Capitol Chief Sund says, I called at 12:57 to request the guard, and for 71 minutes I called 11 times, and each time was denied to request the National Guard, and Paul Irving said, I have to run it up the chain. Paul Irving says under oath, no, I got one call at 2 o'clock, around 2, and said, yes, you have my permission. One of those 2 is lying under oath. Now, it seems evident that it's Paul Irving. Why? Because Sund's like, I have the cell phone records. I'm in a room of people that will testify. Now, part of the story that I don't talk about here is Sund also explains he basically had to fight tooth and nail just to be able to speak to the January 6th committee. It's like they didn't want to hear from him for some reason because they didn't like what he had to say. That something was fishy here. So they just didn't give a shit. The guy responsible for the protection of the Capitol, and they just don't give a fuck. Why? Now, given the seriousness that the Democrats have put on January 6th, we see in real time how they barely give a shit about the pipe bomber, which should be the worst thing. They didn't give a shit. It was an afterthought for the FBI. It was an afterthought for the January 6th committee. Okay, now we have a law enforcement fuck, maybe Paul Irving was working with Trump. Maybe. Oh, this rotten bastard wanted to help Trump's insurrection. So why not bring him up on charges for lying under oath? Nope, none of the Democrats give a shit. Oh, well, time to move on. Wait a minute. I thought January 6th was like the most important thing ever. I thought lying under oath was a serious crime that we need to charge. But not here. Nope, we don't give a shit. Given that, Capitol Chief Son says the only person that when he said I have to run it up the chain of command, there's only one person ahead of Paul Irving, and that's Nancy Pelosi. So why would Paul Irving and Nancy Pelosi not give Son permission to have the National Guard until they made it into the Capitol? Then it was like, okay. You remember that video of Pelosi going, this is what we've been waiting for? Remember that? After they made it into the Capitol? And ironic that it gave the Democrats everything they wanted. Next, we could see that after the request for permission was given, Son then gets on a phone call with a bunch of leaders, including the DC. So again, the timeline is a little after 2, Son finally gets permission to ask because he needed to get the permission. Finally, Paul Irving's like, okay, you can ask. Okay, now he gets on the phone and he has to talk to a panel of people. One of them is Lieutenant General Paeta. So he's like, can I please have the National Guard? We need help. Let's hear what happens. See Mayor Bowser, people from the Army, people from the CIA, and the person that speaks up is Lieutenant General Paeta. And he tells Son that they're not going to allow the request for the National Guard because of optics. Now imagine being a senior member of the military, who one of your chief jobs is not just to protect this country, but to also protect the leaders of this country. And you think that there is an impending insurrection, that the hordes are at the gates. You see that they're breaking into the Capitol, and you fear for the lives of senators and for people like Mike Pence. And yet you say, I'm willing to risk those senators dying because optics. This makes no sense. And yet, Paeta hasn't received any discipline to my knowledge. There haven't been massive outcries by the people that are crying about January 6th, like Kissinger or Liz Cheney or any of the Democrats, demanding answers from Paeta why he would say, wait a minute, you allowed this insurrection to occur because of optics? And now we have... So imagine a top military man looking what they think's a coup that's about to kill Mike Pence. Breach into the Capitol. The guy tasked is saying, we're being overwhelmed. We need the National Guard. And this guy goes, nah, it would look bad for optics. Optics! And why did the Democrats not, again, just like with Paul Irving. Remember, the Democrats were so invested in this, they got permission to basically spy on a third of the fucking Republicans in the Senate. Everyone could be connected. But not the two people that refused the National Guard to come. Nope, Democrats don't give a shit. In fact, it's almost like they're happy with these two. Well, that's strange. Couldn't these two be in on the insurrection to allow these people to get close? But no, Democrats don't care. Didn't care about the pipe bomber. Didn't care about people like Ray Epps that were telling people to go in. In fact, New York Times wrote a glowing piece about Ray Epps. Democrats totally support it. Didn't care about Paul Irving denying the National Guard to be there. Didn't care about Paeta denying the National Guard for being there. Starting to seem like they were fine with the way that this played out, because they were. The bombshell video that is released of the Secret Service and law. Now, here we get to the pipe bomb story, as I've been covering So let's play this.
Enforcement and their reaction to the pipe bomb that was outside the DNC. You could see the video that Darren Beatty from Revolver News has put out that was released by Thomas Massey. It shows that a man in a hoodie that we now allegedly know to be an undercover or a plainclothes Capital City police officer nonchalantly walking up to Secret Service and law enforcement and telling them that he saw a pipe bomb. Then you see them standing around doing seemingly nothing while literally they allow children to walk across the street and get within 5 feet or so of this pipe bomb. Now imagine this. You think that this is an insurrection or at least a riot that's getting out of hand, and you're law enforcement, and you think that you see an active pipe bomb, and yet you just stand around and you allow people, civilians, innocent children, to get really close to the pipe bomb. You're not immediately segregating off the area. In fact, the Secret Service was there because Kamala Harris, the VP-elect, was there. They didn't have a sense of urgency, it seems, to protect her. Why? It's almost as if they're acting as if they know the pipe bomb is fake. But how would they know that? Even if they suspected, well, it's probably not real, average protocol would be that you treat any threat as legitimate. There is no excuse whatsoever for their nonchalant attitude, particularly when it comes to allowing civilians in the form of children to get near that pipe bomb. Why would they have this attitude? All of this combined shows one constant factor, that despite overwhelming evidence, there were seemingly inexplicable decisions made over and over and over that were not only against the norm, but were against the norm in making things as nonchalant as possible. We're not going to share intelligence. We're not going to rope off that section with the pipe bomb. We think that this is a violent insurrection to overthrow the government, but we're not going to deploy the National Guard. This is from multiple people, multiple groups. And what we're told to believe is it was just all incompetence. So at the same time that a lieutenant general of the government doesn't know that, if there's an impending insurrection, we should allow the National Guard, optics wouldn't be a concern. And that Paul Irving lied about 11 times that he received this call requesting it, and for some reason didn't give permission to request the National Guard. And he said previously that he didn't want it before January 6th because it would be bad for optics and Nancy Pelosi would never allow it. All of these things combined, you have to ask yourself, what is the most likely explanation? It's not just as we hear from the establishment bootlickers over and over again. Each of these, just like the FISA warrants, the illegal spying on Trump, just like the not charging people in the Hillary case for intentionally destroying subpoenaed evidence, every single time that we see some sort of action being taken like this, it almost always seems to benefit these establishment groups and harm the groups connected to Trump. And every time when we see that there's problems, the explanation without fail is, it was just incompetence. These career-level people at our intelligence services, at our law enforcement, at our military, over and over and over, seemingly, despite the fact that it's obvious that they're benefiting from this because they didn't like Trump, as Chuck Schumer said, they'd find 6 ways from Sunday at getting him, and it ends up benefiting them personally and with their agencies personally, we're told to say, forget all of that. Forget all of that. It's just incompetence. The last question that reminds us...
Isn't that exactly what we're being told today? When it comes to why I did for 4 years, they had the evidence of who the January 6th pipe bomber was, but they are incapable of making an arrest. Then Trump's team comes in, and within a year, they make an arrest using the same evidence. Well, it's just incompetence. Now, I didn't catch Mike Benz's last stream. I saw a little clip of it. But maybe I'll check that out, TL. It's just incompetence. It's always the case. Oh, Kevin Kleinsmith, top FBI lawyer, changed evidence to say the opposite of the truth to try to get a FISA warrant to spy on Trump's team. It's just incompetence. Just incompetence. That's always the excuse they give. We'll finish up with this video.
That remains is this. Why didn't Democrats in the January 6th committee focus on these issues more? If they think this was truly an insurrection and we were a hair's breadth from an actual violent overthrow of this government, surely they would want answers for how it occurred in the first place. Let's take the latest issue, the January 6th pipe bomb. This footage has been available to the January 6th committee, and it's been drug out so that the average American people wouldn't be able to see it. Why? And if they did see it, surely they could come to the same conclusion that you will and any objective person would, which is, why are these law enforcement agencies standing around? Who was the plainclothes officer that reported it? Who were the officers that just stood there and allowed children to get remarkably close to the pipe bomb? Why aren't there answers for this? Not only for the American people, but for the people that were in this committee. Why does there seem to be almost no focus whatsoever on the pipe bomb? The clearest explanation is because these things actually benefited the Democratic Party and benefited these agencies. They don't want to talk about, like, oh yeah, it looks really bad that we allowed all of this to occur. Instead, they want to say Trump's an insurrectionist, Trump people are insurrectionists. The most likely scenario, given all of this evidence, is that January 6th was something that was planned to get out of control by these agencies and the establishment so that they could use it as an excuse to finally bury MAGA. That's the truth that they don't want to talk about, and they don't have a better explanation. Instead, they'll scream, conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory. The real explanation is they're all grossly incompetent, but none of them really get punished. So I hope that you go and you watch that January 6th video of the pipe bomb that was just released, and I hope that you're able to make your own conclusion. Ask yourself this: why did they stand around, and why did all these actions outlined in this video occur?
Hey, what's that? We don't need that. Here's the link to that video if you want to watch it. Old Joe says, am I happy with my comments? Yes, I am very happy. I think I've been spot on about my concerns. It was correct. Absolutely. So that was almost 2 years ago I did that video. And you can see I was heavily concerned, as always, about the pipe bomber. Again, I said this when they arrested this dude the other day, and I've been saying it for years. If it was a MAGA person, throw his ass in fucking jail. I don't care. If he's connected to Trump, etc., make it, do a deep dive. Let's find it. I'm fine with that. It is not beyond reason that a Trump supporter could do something fucked up like put a pipe bomb, and that son of a bitch needs to go to prison. But why was it that no Democrat gave a shit at all? I played the video the other day. Benny Thompson, head of the January 6th committee, he didn't give a shit. All the lefties that I've debated, none of them give a shit. The FBI didn't give a shit and was making stuff up about cell phone data being corrupted. And now, Republicans, or under a Trump administration, the FBI arrests the guy. Where's the left? Where are they saying, what the fuck happened? They're out there saying, well, this guy was a Trump supporter. This guy thought the election was stolen. Great, then aren't you pissed off that the FBI under Joe Biden didn't do fuck all to catch this guy? They're trying to tell you simultaneously, we think this guy's a dangerous Trump supporter, and we don't give a shit. We have no criticism of the FBI under Biden doing nothing to get this guy. How can that be true? You see this a lot with Democrats. I'll play a little video. I should do these more often. One of the big narratives during the COVID riots, the George Floyd riots, was actually, these were white supremacists that were rioting. So here's a video I did on it.
So today's big brain take of the day comes from, ironically, a man who's eaten brain, Reza Islan, formerly of CNN. Now, you can see here in this tweet that he's quoting another mainstream media journalist who says, Minnesota says the protesters are white supremacists. And Reza Islan says white supremacists equals Trump supporters. There are Trump supporters burning and looting. That's who it is. It's Trump supporters. Now, I know what you're saying. I thought it was Black Lives Matter and Antifa. No. It's all white supremacist Trump supporters. Because we know all white supremacists are Trump supporters, as Reza Islan pointed out here. So, yeah, you were mistaken when you thought this was left-wing domestic terrorism. Actually, it's Trump's fault again. It's his supporters. They're racist. Now, they didn't provide any evidence of this, but look, CNN would never lie, right? They don't have a political agenda or something. We could always trust CNN to tell the truth. But it does raise some difficult questions. Didn't we just see Don Lemon and other people from CNN, MSNBC, etc., saying, hey, actually, these riots weren't that bad, or they were for justifiable reasons? Well, if there was white supremacists rioting, why was Don Lemon and CNN and MSNBC behind them? Or how about this? You know, Steve Carell, the celebrity, he started a GoFundMe to bail out people that were arrested during these riots. Hollywood personalities bailing out Trump-supporting white supremacists? seems really odd. Maybe someone should have to answer for why they're defending white supremacists like this. I know. How about this? Remember when everyone in the left told you that Trump's tweet meant that he wanted to shoot the looters, and how disgusting it was that they would shoot these pride noble people that were just defending the death of George Floyd? Why all of a sudden are they upset that Trump's suggesting violence against white supremacists? I thought that's something that the left was for. So it's weird today. We have to trust them. All these looters and rioters are Trump supporting white supremacists. Very strange to see how just a couple of days ago, all these people on the left were defending these white supremacists. So I think some people have some answering to do. So thanks again.
In other words, they put out contradictory things. We need to bail out. Oh, these people, it's mostly peaceful. But it is white supremacist. Okay, then surely you would be for Trump being aggressive against them. No! Same thing here. January 6th, biggest deal in the world. And yet, the things that are, like, the person we've seen on footage that was saying the worst shit was Ray Epps, the day before and the day of, saying, go into the Capitol. Democrats don't care. They think he's a cool dude. They support the glowing piece that the New York Times said about him. Democrat senator or Democrat politicians tried to help him out. Pipe bomb, didn't give a shit. Paeta, the lieutenant general that said he didn't want the National Guard for optics, don't give a shit. Paul Irving, who lied about receiving a call and said both before January 6th and during the day he had to talk to Nancy Pelosi, but the answer was no for the National Guard. They don't give a shit. Yet, simultaneously, they want to go after every fucking blue-haired grandma and cheer for every arrest of January 6th and have it be the biggest task force and talk about that day now on 5 years later. How does it make sense? All right, let's do super chats, then we'll continue on with the story. Remember, get those chats in. Of course, you could send them on Rumble or YouTube. However, you could also, if you're feeling froggy, send them on PayPal at Robert Noerr. That's at Robert Noerr on PayPal. Buymeacoffee.com /Rob Noerr. Or Cash App, $Rob Noerr. Some super chats. Ephemeral Wealth 510. I think we read that one. But yes, I did look like the debate Wookiee. David Moore, $20 says, did you see Mike Benn's recent video on January 6th includes the collusion of Michael Steele and others with the Dems and Prep and a white paper about the methods of ending all of Trump and his supporters from months out? Not surprised. I haven't seen that. I love Mike Benn, so I'll definitely look for that on YouTube. But he is amazing with this stuff. AJ Noakes, $5 says, great to see you, bro. Happy gummies night, like comfy teddy bears in your gut. Keep speaking the truth. It's like comfy teddy bears in my ears. No problem, AJ. Thank you. James Not Jimmy, $5 says, I rarely dono, but in the day of Everett's son's birthday, I will show my respect. Thank you. Really appreciate it. X-Type Gaming, $5. Thank you. Our good friend Old Joe, $10 says, fatherhood saved me. Wishing the best to Avarice and his family. Me too, man. Getting married, then being a father, best things that ever happened to me and helped steer my life in the right direction. Wade Boggs, $50. You win this round, are we not, man? I saw some crazy, like, back alley dice game going on in the chat. Looks like Are We Not Men won one. Hazmat, $20 says, my friend Don the Pleb got arrested based on a still of a cop punching him, claiming he was hitting the cop with his face. Unreal. A lot of stories like that. Crazy. David Moore, $20 says, to be fair, it would have ruined the Dems' desire to optics if they had put so much time and effort into promoting violence from the right and setting up so many narratives. Yep. And Crisco, 14 months. Holy cow. Says, fishing stream. I'm a shitty fisherman. Now, we have more to go in this story. We're going to need more super chats. However, I need to go to the restroom. So I'll give you the true star of the show in all its glory. Everyone's been waiting. An hour and 40 minutes in. Finally, the wait is over. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you chair. Rake in those donos, chair. Get it. I'll be right back. How'd you do, Chair? We get him? Oh! That's it. I don't even know why I stream anymore. Just come up, turn the stream on for Chair. Everybody happy. Right? Now, I know there are questions about whether or not this guy that got arrested is the actual pipe bomber. And those are fair questions. And we'll have more to talk about as more comes out with it. But for now, I'm assuming that the evidence is there that the FBI will agree that this guy is the perpetrator. And so the question becomes, why didn't the Democrats move on this? If the Democrats want to interestingly come out and say that this is a lie, that this guy wasn't the pipe bomber, oh boy, I'd be happy to see it. All right. The Great Wade Boggs, $50. Says, good game, Chair. Man. Thank you as always, Wade. Unbelievable. Chair's biggest supporter, Wade Boggs. Now, the next thing I want to show you is over and over and over, I had debates on January 6th being an insurrection. Pisco, Destiny, tons of people. Pisco and Destiny both fell on this definition of insurrection that was used by most Democrats that were pushing legal action against people, including Donald Trump, to keep him off a ballot. And that was by these two authors, Bode and Paulson, both professors, I believe. And Bode and Paulson said that the definition of an insurrection had 4 parts. Now, I took this directly, verbatim, from Destiny, who I debated many times on this, but this was the definition. It's 1, an assemblage of people that are united for a common cause. 2nd, resisting the implementation or the execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of a government proceeding. 3rd, by way of force or intimidation. And 4th, for a public purpose. So 4 parts. A group of people that are there for one reason. Okay, that happens a lot. That's basically any rally, protest, etc. 2nd, resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of government proceeding. Now, implementation of execution would mean if they, let's just say a law like marijuana. If the government's trying to arrest a weed dealership in Colorado, like that's selling gummies and weed, and a bunch of people unite for a common cause and try to stop the government from arresting these people. 3rd, by using force or intimidation. Force, they're shoving, they're pushing, they're fighting. Or intimidation, they're projecting themselves that they may do that. And lastly, for a public purpose. In other words, let's take the same weed dealership. It can't be, oh, we're trying to prevent you because Jim that runs the weed dealership's my friend. So me and 6 of my friends got together to prevent it. It has to be because we are for the public purpose of this law being bad. That's how they chose to define insurrection. Now, the problem with this definition is it's overly broad. Basically, this would mean that hundreds of Black Lives Matter protests that ended up with violence or screaming at police in intimidating fashion would be considered insurrections. Now, you'll remember that Democrats engaged with Black Lives Matter quite a lot, including Kamala Harris promoting a bail fund. And yet, the Democrats didn't have a problem with that. They didn't say, oh my gosh, this is an insurrection, etc., etc. Didn't give a shit. Now we see post-January 6th, now we're on to Democrats rioting on a nightly basis again. And what you see is Democrats are unfortunately going to have to admit, yeah, it looks like what we're seeing now are Democrat insurrections. Here we have Destiny.
I feel falls apart. What's the line to you between inconveniencing ICE and insurrection, like you said earlier? I think that if you are inconveniencing ICE in LA, I would have to go back and check, but I feel like you probably have hit all of the definitional parts of like engaging in insurrection. But I mean, I've said it for J6, and I'll say it for this now. Like insurrection definitionally can't be a bad thing. The country was birthed.
You see? Now it went from, oh my God, insurrection, most serious thing ever, keep Trump off the ballot, to, well, insurrections aren't necessarily a bad thing.
and insurrection and rebellion, right? The question is whether or not the insurrection you feel is justified. For a J6, I said if the election actually had been stolen, I mean, it makes sense why people would insurrect. I mean, if there was ever a reason to insurrect, it would be because somebody's stealing the fucking election. I mean, I get that. And I would say here, like, if you feel like the president is, breaching his authority as president to engage in some act that you think is unconstitutional or illegal, I mean, then you insurrect, you rise up against the federal government, and I'm pretty sure, again, I think it meets all of the definitions, right? You've got a group of, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and reread. But it's like you're trying to circumvent like a federal, the enforcement of some federal law using a group of people, like you're intimidating or violent or whatever, right?
There you have it. Based on, and that's just one guy, but based on the definitions of insurrection that was promoted by Democrats, the attacks on ICE in a public display are an insurrection. Now, we've seen Democrats stick up for these people, defend them. We've seen Democratic politicians break into an ICE facility. These are insurrections. And now the Democrat narrative is, well, we're just not going to talk about insurrections anymore. And some insurrections could be good. They could be good things. Where are they at with the pipe bomber? So now we see insurrection. How many insurrections have fit this definition since the election of Donald Trump? 30? 40? Group of people gathered protesting against ICE, using violence or intimidation against them? Over and over and over. And now they're like, well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, next up, I have 2-hour-long videos. Now, here's the deal. Each of these videos is probably going to take me hours to get through. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you all the option of which one we watch first. One will take me, the slightly longer one will take me less time to get through, probably. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to need, if we want to keep playing the videos, at least $150 donation to get from the first one to the second one. In fact, we'll just say it this way. By the time I finish the first video, if we're at $500, then we'll go through the second video, or at least start through it, as long as donos are coming in. If I would get through both of these, it'll probably be 4 or 5 a.m. my time before we finish them. So, here are your choices of the videos. Choice 1, Capitol Chief's son's interview with Tucker Carlson, where he goes over all the problems that we had that I was outlining in my video there. It's choice 1. Choice 2, the film J6, A True Timeline, which puts timestamps on all the events that were happening January 6th, and basically shows that it's been blown way out of proportion and law enforcement started a lot of the violent interactions. Your call on which one that you would like to see. So let's see in the chat. Option 1 is the Capitol Chief's son interview. Option 2, the footage of January 6th timeline. Looks like we're going with option 2. All right. Option 2 it is. Looks unanimous at this point. So by the end of this, we're going to need to be at $500 if we're going to move on to the other video, which I understand people aren't voting for it, but it's pretty fucking crazy to see what the guy who's tasked with defense has to say. The Tucker video is just the easiest one of him talking about it. It's all the most concise, but he's testified to this stuff in front of Congress multiple times. All right. Option 2 it is. So I'm going to stop periodically to yell at people for donos if they're not coming in. But here we go. Now, there's not a lot of commentary or anything like this on this video. If it's the one I'm thinking of, we went through it years ago when it came out on stream, and I was shocked. I knew that it was blown out of proportion, but when I saw the actual footage, it's shocking. So it does show people behaving poorly that were Trump supporters. There's the link in case you want to save this yourself. I recommend it. I hope this is the right video. Bandit $5 says it should be Paulson and Bode because in Yinzer, it sounds like one person named Bowden Paulson. Yeah. And Bandit again $2 says January 6th movie. I think I've seen the Tucker interview. Okay. Keep those super chats in. Here we go. January 6th, a true timeline. J6, a true timeline. You ready?
January 6th, 2021. Washington, D.C. The U.S. Capitol Building. An event that has been reported on more than any other in modern history. Despite excessive coverage, articles, books, documentaries, and congressional inquiries, many details about the timeline of events that day remain unknown to the public. Understanding what actually happened on January 6th without bias and with as much context as possible is extremely difficult. News organizations and mass media have controlled the story of that day. Big tech and social media companies have censored, shadow banned, and deplatformed eyewitness accounts, which further skews and misrepresents the truth from that day. Many of us still do not know the names of those who were killed at the Capitol and the causes of their deaths. This video seeks to create a thorough and truthful timeline of the events of January 6th, while shedding light on unheard stories, unseen footage, and new details. When facts are cherry-picked for the sake of political narratives, we the people suffer. Truth, not agenda, is the motivation for this timeline.
All right. So I want you to keep one thing in mind as we watch this. Think of how the Democrats are against law enforcement that are in masks and how aggressive ICE is, how violent they are. Now watch this. Watch what happens here. Right? Oh, David Moore. Thank you so much, man. $100. Unbelievable legend. Says, I've watched enough of you to know it's worth it for me to save time and let you go over detailed and intricate events about as fair an exposition could be given. Keep up the great work. Looking forward to your appearances on Morgan. Thank you, man. What a legend. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. J6, a true timeline. Now, you'll see the times from surveillance footage on the top. So here we're around 6 in the morning before events kick off. People start showing up.
Prior to January 6th, 2021, there had been hundreds of peaceful rallies following the November 2020 election. Polls showed that many Americans were concerned with election irregularities in key states that ended up deciding the presidential election for Joe Biden. None of these rallies ever turned violent.
We're going to speed it up to 1.25 speed. I think the narrator talks slow enough, it won't matter.
The morning of January 6th started no different than any of those other rallies. American citizens showing up together to express their First Amendment-protected right to petition their government with a meaningful concern. The mood of the crowd appeared to be joyful and hopeful. It would be the last chance to see the president give a large speech to the nation. To properly understand the events that would soon unfold, it's important to acknowledge that there were many areas of interest that day where crowds were congregating. Those attending President Trump's speech assembled at the Ellipse, a 52-acre park located directly south of the White House and approximately 1 mile from the Capitol. Space was limited there.
Now, again, a lot of people don't know this. The Ellipse is about 1 mile away from the Capitol. Everybody thinks that, well, not everybody, but the narrative you hear is like Trump gave this speech at the Capitol or right beside the Capitol. and then people marched directly from there right over. That's not what happened. Sorry, my wife's texting me. So, I like this video because it, like, right there, you can see it shows you. See where it's at? The ellipse is in front of the White House.
South of the White House and approximately 1 mile from the Capitol. Space was limited there, and the crowd was so big that a sea of people extended all the way to the Washington Monument.
Now, they expected this crowd to be huge. This is one of the things the Capitol Chief's son's so outraged by. On a normal rally that would occur there, even if it's just like for the Washington Redskins or whatever the fuck they're called now or whatever, you got to be safe because it is the Capitol, and so you want to make sure that you're protecting that Capitol, and the police there are aware if there's going to be more people in the city, or if there's going to be rallies, protests, etc. And yet, he says that there was actually less preparation and collaboration than a normal, like, sports rally, and they knew that all of these people were coming, or at least had a great idea that this many people were showing up. So many people showed up that they were overflowing from the ellipse.
Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., crowds would assemble in the morning at both the west and the east side of the Capitol. Still others would loiter in the vicinity to await the next event that would take place that day, of which there were multiple permit holders in the area.
So there were all kinds of permits that people had got for sort of rallies that were occurring that day all around D.C. Again, they knew. They knew that there was going to be a big presence, and yet still didn't have adequate law enforcement. So here you can see the areas designated for protest. Demonstration Area 15 for Jesus Lives. Demonstration Area 7, Virginia Freedom Keepers. Demonstration 8, One Nation Under God. Demonstration 11, Rock Ministries International. Demonstration 10, Women for a Great America, 50 plus days of blessing. You can see they're all marked. These are all permits that they had.
In our first look inside the Capitol building at 11:21 a.m., CCTV picks up VP-elect Kamala Harris exiting the building through the East Senate carriage doors. At 11:41 a.m., Ryan Samsel, a man who will later be pivotal in the first breach of the Capitol, crosses the street past multiple uniformed officers. Seconds later, the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Michael Sherwin, wearing plain clothes, is seen crossing the same intersection. Sherwin would go on to lead the investigations of Samsel and hundreds of others. 4 minutes later, the same officer whose body cam recorded that interaction is moving through the crowd, responding to a call of a person with a gun. The crowd is compliant as the officers move through the space. They reach their intended target, and after a few minutes of questioning, let the man go. He had no firearm and was only carrying a knife.
Someone saw the handle, they thought it was a handgun. Oh, yeah. This is my car, okay? No questions or issues. All right, be safe.
So, there you have it. 11:51. Crowd looks pretty compliant. Nothing really going on. They get a report of someone possibly with a gun. Now, my guess is whoever called in that report of someone with a gun probably wasn't a fellow protester. It was probably a member of law enforcement, either an FBI agent on the ground or someone else. I could be wrong. That's speculation, but that's my guess. Guy shows up. It's not a gun. Shows him. Fine. Great. Grand. Still no violence that we see here at 11:58 or 11:51.
Thank you. You too. You guys be safe as well.
President Trump took the microphone at 12:01 p.m.
Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here, but you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they don't want to show that.
The president gave a speech that morning that was very similar in tone and in style to the many campaign speeches and post-election speeches he had given to audiences around the country.
So I'm listening to the speech in my ear, thanks to Scott.
At the exact time that Trump begins his speech, a live streamer is at Peace Circle, at the precise location that the first Capitol barricade breach will occur 53 minutes later. You can see the metal bike rack fencing separating the street from the sidewalks in front of the Capitol building.
Now that's all they have for defense when they knew hundreds of thousands of people were going to be there. Bike racks. That's it. It's ludicrous.
These area closed signs were posted in compliance with a restriction that went into effect September 7th, 2020. due to the construction of the inauguration stage. At 12:04 p.m., a group of demonstrators, including members of the Proud Boys, are seen walking west on Constitution Avenue toward 1st Street while being flanked by police officers from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
And flanked by the DCPD.
15 minutes into his remarks, President Trump mentions for the first time that after his...
Now, you saw people were already going to the Capitol before Trump's speech or during it. And yet, the blame was Trump for everyone that went there.
Speech, the crowd will be walking to the Capitol. For context, let's hear the president's full remarks during this portion of his speech.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down. Anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
6 minutes following these remarks, the group...
Now that's what they're saying. Those comments are what led to the riot. We're going to cheer for our Congress people. Well, not the ones that aren't doing the slate of electors we want. We're going to go over there and we're going to be peaceful and patriotic. That's it. Oh, but he said use strength. Right. That doesn't mean violence. Now you can see people were already moving even before that.
A group of Proud Boys and demonstrators seen previously being flanked by the DC MPD have stopped for lunch at a row of food trucks in front of the U.S. Department of Labor on Constitution Avenue. Eddie Block, seen here in a scooter, tells a live streamer the immediate plans of the group.
Where are we headed?
We're heading back to the rally.
Oh, okay. Was there nothing going on at the Capitol?
Not really.
Not really.
We're just kind of marching around, letting people know we're here.
Okay, good time. All right.
6 minutes after this interaction, at 12:30 p.m., the U.S. Capitol Police report a very large group heading to the Capitol from eastbound on Pennsylvania Avenue at approximately 7th Street.
Now, the Proud Boys group didn't seem to have a plan, like we were later told. So here you see, 12:30, Trump's still speaking. Here's a large group heading to the Capitol.
Like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
At this same time, police body cam records police intervening between Trump supporters and a counter-protester. The police encourage the crowd to keep marching toward the Capitol.
Come on, guys, let's keep the march going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
President Trump won't be finished speaking at the Ellipse for another 40 minutes. During this time, a man named Ray Epps was filmed on the streets, directing the crowd to the Capitol building.
As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we are going to the Capitol. It's that direction. That's where our true problems lie. President Trump is done speaking. We are going to the Capitol. That's where our problems are. We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
He was filmed the night prior, urging the crowd to go inside the Capitol.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol.
Now, here you have them saying go into the Capitol. You see people saying this guy's more. This crowd's like, no, no, no. That's bad. Then the next day you have him saying, go to the Capitol. And remember, this guy with this evidence encouraging people to do what Democrats called an insurrection. Democrats perfectly fine with this guy. No charges levied. None.
Peacefully.
The crowd surrounding him instantly calls him out as a Fed. At 12.
There you have it. Bandit knew. This documentary's from 2023.
12:35 p.m., Mike Pence's motorcade is seen heading to the Capitol, turning left on Constitution Avenue from Louisiana Avenue. A minute later, at 12:36, Vice President Mike Pence arrives at the U.S. Capitol.
The Vice President's motorcade has just arrived at the Capitol.
in advance of the joint session?
The certification is to begin in 24 minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern. As Mike Pence arrives, a crowd is already assembled at the barricades in front of the East Plaza of the Capitol. At this exact moment, President Trump is mentioning Mike Pence's upcoming certification at his...
Sir, you see the crowd down here at the bottom. You see where Trump's speech is. About a mile away. Crowd's already there. A crowd's already gathering at the Capitol.
Speech on the ellipse, over a mile away.
But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back.
A minute later at 12:45 p.m., a D.C. police camera captures what looks like a wall of people suddenly arriving about a block west of the Capitol. Video footage captured moments later shows demonstrators gathering at Peace Circle, where Pennsylvania Avenue terminates as a street and turns into Pennsylvania Walkway, a path that leads directly to the west side of the Capitol.
Are you aware of a U.S. Capitol Police directive initiated by then Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving to the architect of the Capitol, sent on January 5th, to move approximately 500 bike racks serving as security barricades away from 1st Street Northeast and Constitution Avenue to the east front?
No, sir, I'm not aware.
Paul Irving ordered bike racks moved away. The same guy that lied about denying the National Guard.
That we have not delved into that.
This week, we've uncovered emails from the
House Sergeant-at-Arms ordered security barricades moved the day before January 6th. During a House Administration Committee hearing on Wednesday, it was revealed that those attacking the Capitol on January 6th were aided by what was described as illogical security decisions from then House Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving. The revelation came in the course of question and answer session between ranking Republican on the committee, Rodney Davis of Illinois, and Capitol Police Inspector General Michael Bolton. Not that Michael Bolton. Davis told Bolton that an email was uncovered this week that revealed a U.S. Capitol Police directive initiated by then Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving to the architect of the Capitol sent on January 5th. Davis said the email from Irving asked the architect of the Capitol, J. Brett Blanton, to, quote, move approximately 500 bike racks serving as security barricades away from 1st Street Northeast and Constitution Avenue to the east front. In both cases, the effect of the unusual and illogical request was to clear a path for Trump's mob to attack Congress. The day of the attack, the Capitol Police Board was comprised of Irving, Blanton's son, and Capitol Police Chief, and the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Michael Stenger. The board oversees the Capitol Police and its final say over security matters, including when to declare an emergency and request National Guard. After the attack, House Speaker Pelosi requested the resignation of Sundin Irving. Stenger also resigned.
Architect of the Capitol, where it's clear that this was directed by the House Sergeant-at-Arms against legitimate security concerns from the AOC, where the AOC, Brett Blanton, called it illogical. This is yet another example of the dysfunction of the security decision-making process of the Capitol Police Board.
Back outside where the crowd has gathered at Peace Circle, there are two sets of metal barricades here, behind which only 5 Capitol Police officers can be seen guarding this entrance, while every member of Congress convenes in the building behind them.
5! They have 5 officers in between the crowd and the Capitol here. Now remember, the FBI is claiming that they had evidence that there was about to be a coup and people were going to try to take out Mike Pence and members of Congress. So either through incompetence or corruption, their lack of collaboration and talking to the actual guy tasked with providing security, Capitol Chief's son, leads to shit like this. Bike racks being moved for them to have an easier path. 5 people standing between the Capitol and these people. 5!
Just south of this path, a man in a black ski mask removes a barrier and waves the crowd onto the west lawn of the Capitol, while members in the crowd shout at him. With this view, you can see the moment that the first set of bike racks come down and the crowd begins to quickly advance on the second set of gates.
I wonder who that guy was that removed the bike rack.
Ryan Samsel, who we saw earlier in a white hoodie and red baseball cap, approaches the police line. This would become the first major breach of the Capitol grounds and skirmish with Capitol Police.
By the way, Trump's still speaking at this point. He was blamed for all this. These people aren't listening to Trump.
We will show this crucial interaction in its entirety and use multiple angles to see what happens at this all-important flashpoint.
So this is it. This is the beginning of the breach. You ready?
Ray Epps, who we just saw calling for demonstrators to enter the Capitol, can be seen approaching the front of the barricades and speaking to Ryan Samsel. Moments later, the barricade is pushed directly into the police line.
Isn't that odd? Ray Epps, who told people the day before to go into the Capitol, that told people the day of to go to the Capitol, he's right there at the initial breach, whispering something into the ear of the guy who does the first breach.
After the gate is forcefully pushed forward, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline...
Make no mistake, these people should have been charged. You can't do that. You can't do that. Now, in the grand scheme of violence that we've seen in many ways, from all sorts of riots that have occurred, this isn't huge. And why was this the only security that was there? But still, I stand by that these people should have done this.
Edwards is knocked to the ground. Ryan Samsel immediately runs to her aid to help her get back on her feet. The first violent skirmish of the day between demonstrators and police had begun.
Now you can see the cop comes in and he's throwing right hands. Now, in fairness, they have the right to use violence. They're being shoved, not directly attacked, but I don't mind law enforcement using that level of violence in this instance.
President Trump remains speaking on the ellipse.
In Clark County, Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they were used to count over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa Claus, it would go through.
Just to the south, at the 1st Street Southwest and Maryland Avenue Circle, demonstrators knocked down a second gate. Crowds are now advancing on the west front of the Capitol from 2 locations. With multiple lightly manned police barricades down, the enlivened crowd makes their way quickly to the next barrier, the metal gates in front of the West Plaza of the Capitol. Samsel can be seen tapping the shoulder of Officer Edwards and saying something to her. Looking over the west side of the Capitol from a security camera on the exterior dome, we can see how quickly the crowd is able to fill the area in front of the West Plaza. From this point forward...
I mean, you be the judge. At that point, how many law enforcement did they have preventing this? A dozen, maybe 2 dozen in these different locations? That's it? With crowds of hundreds of thousands of people, you have 2 dozen? And a few bike racks set up, some of them that were moved to pave the way? But all right, here we go.
Those in the crowd entering onto Capitol grounds may have seen no indications or warnings that they were in an area that was previously guarded by police.
This is a good point. If you're one of these people in the back, say by that fountain there, how would you even know that you're not allowed to be in this area? How would you know? They didn't see the interaction with the police. They just see a crowd moving along, okay? And yet they would have been arrested for trespassing.
And secured by barriers. At 12:58 p.m., the lightweight fencing on the west lawn is pulled down completely by just a few people. It is on this fence that signs with the words, "Area closed," are affixed. Thousands of people who will walk up to the Capitol after 1 p.m. will never see these signs. Zooming in closer to the northwest corner of the plaza, we once again see Ray Epps at the head of the crowd, in front of the next set of police barricades. So far, we've seen him the previous day calling...
There he is. Again, Ray Epps was there when the initial barricade was pulled down. Now he's there at the second barricade. No, I don't think that was Epps that pulled down the fence. So here we see him again. Remember, this is the guy that was telling people to go into the Capitol the day before. This is the guy the day of that was telling him to go to the Capitol. This is the guy whispering in the ear of the person as he removes the first bike rack and barricade. Here he is again, right at the removal of the second barricade.
For the crowd to enter the Capitol, we saw him that morning, directing people to the Capitol. We saw him at the first gate breach, and now here he is, at the second major gate breach. And it won't be the last we see of him. Directly in front of him is where the crowd breaches the metal gates and enters onto the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 12:59 p.m., a man on the northwest sidewalk collapses.
Can you please have someone respond to my location? At the bottom of the west front, with an individual that's down here, unconscious and not breathing.
The man's name is Benjamin Phillips. He is a computer programmer from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, who traveled to D.C. to support President Trump. A crowd of people, including police officers, form around him to assist with life-saving measures. While Benjamin Phillips fights for his life outside, inside the Capitol, Vice President Mike Pence is entering the House chamber to convene the joint session to certify the electoral votes. President Donald Trump is still speaking to a large crowd at the Ellipse, unaware of the crowd that is already amassed at the Capitol.
Clear evidence that tens of thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors in several states, President and Vice President of the United States.
Back outside on the West Plaza, United States Capitol Police Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to get into position.
Unit 6, I need less lethal teams. They can come up from the upper west terrace. They're taking elevated positions. They're not compliant, climbing scaffolding. Let me know when the less lethal teams are in place.
1 minute later, the less lethal team moves into place.
Now you can see there's definitely a handful of people that are like climbing over the fence and stuff. But basically people are just milling about here. Now let's watch what happens.
At 1:06 p.m., Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to launch.
Unit 6, I got a crowd fighting with officers pushing, throwing projectiles. I have given warnings about chemical munitions. I need the less than lethal team positioned above me to identify the agitators and start deploying. Launch, launch, launch!
U.S. Capitol Police Inspector Lloyd is seen signaling officers above on the terrace to open fire on the crowd. Joshua Matthew Black, a 46-year-old man from Alabama, is shot with a round that tears open and lodges in his cheek.
Now, again, there's been, what's the most violence you've seen here? A couple people shoving a bike rack and a cop throwing a punch at them. Them pushing through. But the crowd's just standing there. Now, you'll see pepper ball. Now, you might say, hey, fuck it. That's what needs to happen in a situation like this. Okay, but the people that would say that have the exact opposite interpretation when it comes to ICE using violence against people that are protesting against them. With them, they're like, ICE started it. ICE is violent. But here it was like, yeah, shoot those fuckers.
We need medical something.
Safety procedures for using these rounds state not to fire at someone at eye level.
I was at the front line trying to keep the peace between the patriots and the people that were hired by the government. And I caught a shot in the face, and then that's about it.
Deputy Chief Waldo orders a second deployment of munitions.
6, I need more less lethal teams over here. The indirect firing is not working. They are still not compliant. I've continued to give multiple warnings about chemical munitions being released. They are not dispersing.
Although Chief Waldo has broadcast over the radio twice that he has given warnings, no video that day captures these warnings. DC law on crowd dispersal procedures states that before any munitions are used against a crowd, officers must issue at least 3 clearly audible and understandable orders to disperse using an amplification system, as well as to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse and a clear safe route for dispersal. Just feet away, Benjamin Phillips fights for his life.
So policy is they have to announce 3 times that you need to disperse. 3 times. They didn't. Everybody that's recording there, and that has to be through an amplification device. There's no audio of them even doing it once. But, no problem.
He has been down on the ground and not breathing for 13 minutes.
1:30, where's the ambulance for this guy on the lower left?
President Trump is finishing his speech at the Ellipse at 1:12 p.m. In a rarely seen split-screen view, let's simultaneously see different events happening around the Capitol in real time.
So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Ballot from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
As Representative Paul Gosar and Senator Ted Cruz make a challenge on the floor of the House, MPD officer Daniel Thau arrives at the southwest section of the plaza. His body cam shows him and nearby officers spraying demonstrators with an inflammatory agent.
Just spray. Again, at this point, no one's being violent, really. Now they are. Or now they're spraying them with mace, or whatever that is. Also, worth noting, Trump's still doing the speech while all these people are gathered. Everyone that comes after this moment doesn't know that you can't be in that field. Now, they damn well know that you probably shouldn't be in the Capitol. But not everyone that was charged was actually walking around the Capitol. Remember, the signs, the barricades have all been pulled down.
From a different officer's body cam, the familiar face of Ray Epps can be seen in the area that the police are trying to control. Back where we can see simultaneous angles, we can see Trump waving to the crowd after his 1 hour and 11-minute speech. The last speech he will give in front of a crowd as President of the United States. Gosar and Cruz are having their objections to the electoral vote of Arizona read on the House floor. Ray Epps is at the front of the police line speaking to officers.
Appreciate that.
At 1:13 p.m., Officer Thau is frantically calling for more munitions.
We need more munitions. Hey, Capitol. Hey, we need blast munitions. What do we got? I don't have any. We got to get something, man. Come on, we got.
At 1:15 p.m.
Now, again, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking about this. Speakeasy says, $20, thanks, man. Says, do you agree or disagree with me that I've always said the initial breach where the cop went on our back and the ground, the cop should have used live munitions on one of them to disperse them? Probably not. I don't think live munitions. I wouldn't have been opposed to using less than lethal force to try to disperse them at that moment. But I don't think it's justified there. Now, I guess legally they probably could have used live fire, but that seems a bit much. So no, I wouldn't agree with that. I'll get to the rest of the super chats too, but let's keep going.
Officer Thau crosses the line and engages with demonstrators. As the scuffle ensues, he discharges 2 rounds from his taser, also known as an ECD.
2 ECD deployments. 2 ECD.
Now again, it looks like they're going out of their way at this point to escalate this.
And witnesses what he calls an APO, or an assault on a police officer.
APO, felony APO.
With 30 officers between him and the crowd, it's unclear what assault he thought he saw in that moment. A few hundred feet away, back on the northwest sidewalk, Benjamin Phillips has been loaded onto a makeshift stretcher and is being carried north to a waiting ambulance.
130, they're bringing the patient up to the ambulance right now. They are refusing to come down.
Tragically, Phillips would be pronounced dead at the hospital later that day. Benjamin Phillips leaves behind 2 teenage children.
You know, it's amazing. Of all the people that died there, none of them were police officers or anything like that. We don't know anything about them. We don't know their names, 95% of us. It really is sad. Really is.
Back inside the Capitol building at 1:17 p.m., Vice President Mike Pence and senators return to the Senate chamber to debate the electoral vote challenge put forth by Representative Paul Gosar. At 1:17 p.m., a second wave of D.C. Metropolitan Police officers show up on the east side of the Capitol. They are the first to bring in explosive ammunition rounds that they will soon distribute to officers on the West Plaza. Officer Tara Tyndall is crouched on the ground, readying CS gas rounds. After expending all his munitions, Officer Thau yells at the officers on the west terrace of the Capitol above them to start shooting what they have into the crowd.
Damn it, we need that. Let's go. Shoot it. Go. Shoot.
The less lethal team fires into the crowd for a third time. At 1:21 p.m., the explosive munitions that arrived 4 minutes earlier have made their way to officers on the West Plaza.
Now, where is the violence from the crowd at this point? I'm not defending those that shoved police. That's a crime. They deserve to be punished. But at this point, they're just sort of milling about. And yet you can see over and over Hit him again. They didn't give verbal in the way that they're supposed to disperse over an amplified system.
The first one fired into the crowd can be seen on the lower right of your screen. At 1:24 p.m., on-scene Commander Officer Robert Glover gives the first audible authorization to deploy explosives into the crowd. The demonstrators at the West Plaza of the Capitol will be hit by an unrelenting barrage of grenades, incendiaries, rubber bullets, and gas for the next hour.
Hey, fire! Hey, fire! Hey, you good? You good? Hey, you're fire! That was fire! We got another individual down. People are doing CPR. The DP5 responsive is face out.
At 1:28 p.m., a man has collapsed on the West Plaza and is attended to by people in the crowd.
They can't get anybody in here, and the cops are throwing flashbangs into the crowd.
He is unresponsive for several minutes. Fearing the risk of trampling, they carry him to a different location where they continue to try to resuscitate him.
He's having a heart attack. He's been on the ground for 6 minutes. They carried him. They've been doing CPR. I think that man probably died. I hope they saved his life.
Kevin Greason leaves behind a wife and 5 children. Around 1:30 p.m., on the southwest side of the plaza, officers push the crowd back and are able to establish a police line again. The police will hold this line for about an hour. Just inside the Capitol, Representative Zoe Lofgren, Democrat from California, is responding to the challenge of the electoral count.
The votes are simply to be counted as certified and transmitted by the states.
At 1:32 p.m., an officer laments that chucking grenades into the crowd is just going to make things worse.
Right, that's what it seems like. Clearly the munitions they're deploying aren't enough to disperse the crowd. So at this point, it seems like it's just making the situation worse.
Moments later, the same officer seems to have changed his mind and is actively searching for munitions to discharge in the crowd.
That's a burner, by the way.
A burner, or hot burning smoke grenade, can get extremely hot and become a fire risk.
They come back with it? Hey, do they throw back? Okay.
The smoke grenade is tossed back behind the police line by someone in the crowd.
Eric, do we have any scat rounds?
Officer Thao goes back for more rounds. This time it's a CS gas canister.
I need triple chasers.
A triple chaser consists of 3 separate canisters pressed together with separating charges between each. When deployed, the canisters separate and land approximately 20 feet apart, allowing increased area coverage. After not receiving approval to use the triple chaser, Officer Thao appears to be reprimanded by another officer for his use of smoke moments earlier.
I got a triple chaser. Yeah, I know, but this is triple chaser. I know, but this is splitting. I mean, we got that.
Another captain tells Officer Thao to hold on discharging CS gas into the crowd. At around this same...
So you can see it wasn't universal. Now again, I'm sympathetic to some degree for the police. They're overwhelmed and outmatched. I understand that. But that's because of the lack of preparation, which is nonsensical. Remember, when the first breach occurred, there was like a dozen law enforcement officers for what they knew would be tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people that would be in the area. Now when they get called in, of course, it's sort of overwhelming for them. But at this point, the dispensing of this stuff seems irrational in that it's not going to actually make the crowd go away, as it's been seen. And there's no more violence here than you see in the average Black Lives Matter protest or anything like that. Even the ones that don't have violence. At this point, they're trespassing, but not using violence against law enforcement.
Time, Ray Epps is once again caught from multiple cameras being at the front line of the demonstrators near police barricades. No other person has been seen at this many flashpoints, this many times. He walks freely up and down the police barricades multiple times, communicating with other demonstrators in a similar fashion to when we saw him whisper in Ryan Samsel's ear earlier, before the first breach. Around 1:40 p.m., Ray Epps is one of the members of the crowd who helps lift up a large Trump sign and push it into the line of police officers on the West Plaza of the Capitol.
Now that's assault. So far, that's the highest levels of assaults we've seen. People shoving bike racks or police signs into law enforcement. So here we have Ray Epps participating in an assault of police officers. So we have him encouraging people the day before to go in. Then we have him telling people the day of to go. Then we have him at every significant breach. Now we have him participating in the assault of a police officer. And again, the Democrats stick up for this guy. The New York Times stick up for this guy. No jail time for this guy. Now, originally what we were told was, well, that's because he cooperated and helped get other people arrested. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case. Just inexplicably, with this one particular person, he's the only one on January 6th that the Democrats don't seem to have a problem with. Even though he's instrumental and was there almost every time that there was a breach.
At 1:41 p.m., body cam footage from Officer Anthony Aliotto records a discussion about the dangers of using CS gas in their situation. The officer petitions not to have Robert Glover, the on-scene commander, authorize use of CS gas in the area.
Well, what I'm saying is do not let Glover authorize CS.
8 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., a riot is officially declared at the U.S. Capitol.
We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
The fears of Officer Aliotto are soon realized when at 1:50 p.m. officers use CS gas on the northwest side of the plaza and effectively gas themselves with aid from the wind. You can see multiple officers struggling from the effects of the CS gas.
So far, this is the worst thing that's happened to law enforcement. Their own gas. After one officer's like, don't fucking deploy it, it's going to come back. That's exactly what happens. Now, I do sympathize with these officers. Again, this fucking sucks. But the deploying of the gas, again, didn't cause the crowd to disperse and actually ends up harming the police.
Tina, be careful. It's blowing right back.
I know.
So what do you do?
It's in my eye. You okay?
Yeah.
Don't rub it. You know that.
Over on the east side of the Capitol, the gates have successfully held the crowd back for over an hour from when the west side was first breached. At 1:59 p.m., that all changes. The demonstrators overpower the police and begin to make their way toward the east steps.
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go. And they just reached the Capitol again.
Back on the northwest side of the Capitol, a man named Derek Vargo is ascending to the west terrace on the outside railing of the stairway. He is sprayed in the eyes with an inflammatory agent. Vargo reacts by heading back down the way he came when he is shoved off the wall by Officer Bryant Williams, leading to a 25-foot drop. Vargo is carried away on a makeshift stretcher by officers and bystanders. Vargo suffered a fractured ankle and extensive mid-foot injuries that would require surgeries to repair. He lives with constant foot pain, pain in the middle of his spine, and suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder that causes him...
I mean, I gotta be honest here, though. I understand where the law enforcement, in that moment, you just see someone trying to climb over and like that. I mean, sorry. I don't know that would be attempted murder. I don't think so. I think in that moment, like, it's not like they shot him or anything. It's like, come on, what are you gonna do? So, I don't know. For me, that particular thing, I'm just trying to call it balls and strikes fairly, so.
Flashbacks and nightmares of being pushed off the railing. At 2:03 p.m., the first dispersal order is heard coming from a mobile LRAD, or long-range acoustic device.
Now remember, they were supposed to use this 3 times before they deployed less than lethal munitions. They've been doing that for a while now. Now, finally, they're going to do it.
DC law requires police to give 3 separate warning with the LRAD system and an opportunity to disperse before using violence or munitions to clear a protest crowd. At 2:06 p.m., police retreat up the east steps of the Capitol. Demonstrators soon follow and ascend the steps. We hear the LRAD again at 2:07 p.m.
To comply with this order. So you can see on the east side, where they actually get onto the Capitol steps first, there wasn't a lot of like fighting with police. Police just sort of dispersed because they realized they were overwhelmed and people just walked up.
They subject you to arrest. It's unlikely that demonstrators heard either of these warnings given the situation on the plaza, which calls into question the earlier stated DC law that requires these announcements to be clearly audible and to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse. Back on the east side of the Capitol at 2:09 p.m., Hunter Emke is seen...
Well, let's be clear. The people that did this shit, that broke the windows and shit like that, that guy should go to fucking jail. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Kicking in and punching multiple windows. He is quickly tackled and detained by police.
Deserved.
At 2:10 p.m., demonstrators reach the West Terrace and push through police barricades. They will quickly move to what will become the first points of entry to the interior of the Capitol. A man throws a 2x4 through a glass pane, the first such broken window on the west side of the Capitol. Shortly thereafter, Dominic Pizzola pushes the window in using a police riot shield. Protesters will soon enter the building through these breach points.
I want to stress something here, right? Again, all of these people, I'm not saying they're feds. I'm by no means a psychologist, but I think that crowd psychology and sort of riot psychology is very unique. The truth is, all it takes is a couple flashpoints to incite people to all of a sudden go along with the flow and get more and more intense. And I think that's what you see going on here. This is why there should have been an adequate police presence, because it would be easy for a handful of people to start conflicts with police that then leads to police responding with less than lethal musicians, which actually brings up the intensity. Meaning something like this could happen.
At 2:12, Ray Epps sends a text message to his nephew, telling him that he orchestrated the protest at the Capitol, and that he helped get people there. The video evidence we have seen thus far seems to back up his claim.
Hey! I mean, again, his defense would be, I was just bullshitting. That would be his defense, which was bought. The government was like, yep, sounds reasonable.
You got anything else?
Back on the West Plaza of the Capitol, Officer Thao receives a Stinger 40mm, 60 caliber rubber balls round and rushes to fire it into the crowd. This crowd management round contains approximately 18 rubber balls.
Hey, I need a round.
Now, another thing, at 12:57, we already went through that when you saw people coming. That's when the guy that's in charge, the top police officer in charge of protecting the Capitol, Sund, actually calls Paul Irving and says, give me the National Guard. Had the National Guard been there, it probably would have prevented these people from getting up to the Capitol. One thing that I'll defend sort of the Capitol Police for and sort of against the January 6th people that are saying it wasn't a big deal is when they're like, well, the police opened the doors for them. Right, because they were overwhelmed. At that point, probably the best thing to do is try to de-escalate the situation and keep your eye on and make sure that no one's engaged in extreme acts of violence. That's probably the best thing to do. The police are so outnumbered here because of the lack of security that was provided, both the day before and, remember, as this is all kicking off before any munitions were deployed, the guy in charge of all this was like, bring in the National Guard so we could line them up. Which probably prevents any of this from happening. However, that wouldn't help the Democrat narrative, would it? So we have Paul Irving repeatedly saying, nope, 11 times that you can't request the National Guard. Then it was finally 2 o'clock when they said yes. So right around this time. Then, once Sund gets the call, or the confirmation, then he has to get in a call with Lieutenant General Paeta, Mario Bowser, etc. He requests, still not given the National Guard. Sund would later say that state troopers from Maryland got there before the National Guard was allowed to come in. Again, you have a powder keg. You have a handful of people that start some shit. Police are vastly outnumbered. They start using less than lethal munitions. This incites people to get more and more aggravated, then they march in. Right now, you haven't seen anything super malicious by anyone in the crowd, like beating officers while they're down, anything to that degree. The worst we've seen is breaking into the building, which absolutely is terrible, and they should be arrested. like destroying windows and shit, and the couple people that shoved law enforcement. That's it. It seems like it was set up to escalate, so once they got to the Capitol, there would be the optics necessary. And remember, the Democrats were heavily concerned about optics. That's why they were saying the National Guard couldn't be deployed.
30 seconds later, he's given a baton round, a round that contains 3 40-millimeter rubber projectiles. He again heads over to the police line to fire it into the crowd. At 2:16 p.m., the parliament...
Now, we're going to pause here, and I'm going to go to the restroom. But so far, my takeaway is not just the lack of preparation of the police, right? But I'm shocked at this point how little violence there's been against law enforcement officers. Because my belief in the narrative of January 6th, without seeing this, was like it was like fucking brutal. The people were smashing cops while they're on the ground and throwing fists at them and shit. We just haven't seen that yet. So, now probably no call-ins tonight. All right, I'll be right back. We'll give you the chair, and then I'll read some super chats, and we'll keep on with the video. Be right back. All right. Chair, did you get any donations? No. Piece of shit, Chair. Super chats. We read Speakeasies. Thank you. Thanks so much for the $20, man. Unforced Ego, $50 says, there's an animal that sounds the size of a small cat in my basement ceiling. It walks heavy. I can't find an ingress point outside my house. I'm posting up in an unfinished room with night vision to try to catch a glimpse. Wish me luck. Unforced Ego, good luck. I lived in this apartment above a bar, and then there were 2 other people that lived up there on the opposite side, so across the hall. One was my friend, who was my wife knew her from school and everything. She's a girl. And then my friend lived down the hall. He had like 2 cats. Now the ceiling was the like drop ceiling with the tiles. She's sleeping in bed one time and she hears something. He's like, what the fuck is that? And all of a sudden the fucking drop tile falls. Here, his cat in the room adjacent to her got in the fucking drop ceiling and was too heavy for the tiles and fell through right into our fucking bed. She was not impressed. It was funny. Unforced Ego says, no whip wheel. Thank you so much for that 50. Mucho appreciated. Even more. Thanks as always, man. Really appreciate it. David Moore, $10 says, playing The Clash, White Riot in solidarity. And Bandit, $2 says, hey, Chair, how you doing? Doing well. Did I miss any over on Rumble? No. All right. All right. We will proceed with the video. Remember, this is 10 minutes prior to this is when finally the approval was given for Capitol Chief's son to call the National Guard. So remember, when he gets a hold of the call he needs, Lieutenant General, after seeing all of this, is still like, nope, we don't want the National Guard. They had breached the Capitol, as you can see here. Nope, it would be bad for optics at this point to have the National Guard.
Parliamentarian doors are open from the inside, providing another access point for demonstrators to enter the building. Down on the West Plaza, Officer Thao refers to police activity as, quote, shooting zombies.
We're just shooting zombies, man. Hey, we're shooting zombies. That's it. They took me inside? They're inside. Okay, well, we need to get those out of here. All right, we're completely surrounded.
At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
At 2:18 p.m., police body cam picks up a tense conversation among officers, where one officer admits that they're hitting innocent people.
Nothing's gonna help. The wind is at us. Right. The wind at us. We're gonna hit them with a lot of paint flying. So we hit innocent people.
And not only that, we're taking out one and 10 of them are getting angry. We're multiplying it by hitting them.
At 2:24 p.m., John Earl Sullivan.
There you have the truth. So even these cops are admitting in real time, like, look, we're escalating the situation. Now, again, all you really need is a handful of people to start this shit. And I want to be clear, as I was the day of January 6th, if you've been watching this video since the beginning, this live stream, I condemn the people that broke property, the people that used violence. I condemn that. But understand, if you had a few agitators, whether they be legitimate MAGA supporters or people that maybe were working for law enforcement, etc., and then you set up the situation where you know the police won't be adequate to protect people from coming in, this gets you the exact results that would be predictable. People are going to advance. Think about it. If you had people for a sports rally, a Super Bowl victory, people are, all of a sudden a mass amount of people, and all of a sudden you start shooting less than lethal munitions at them, they're probably going to advance towards where the shooting's coming from. Especially if there's enough of them not to immediately disperse, like here. So every decision made here, both January 5th and on January 6th, seems to be leading to the outcome that this was going to lead to people getting into the Capitol. The moving of security, the having so few officers positioned, the denial of allowing more to get there, both January 5th and January 6th, the escalation of less than lethal munitions, when it seemed like it wasn't doing anything, it was just firing up the crowd. All of it seems to get to this moment, predictably. That doesn't mean that the people engaged in violence shouldn't have been punished.
Is recording as he is one of the first of the demonstrators to enter the Capitol Rotunda.
2021, y'all. This is insanity. Holy sh**. What is this? What is life?
At the same time, a few blocks away, MPD officers are discussing new plans to enter the Capitol to support U.S. Capitol Police.
We're gonna burn that building down. That's fine. Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right. They better reach out to the military right now. Is what they better do. Get the National Guard, get them down here.
You know we're suiting up. We're going in.
We are?
Yes.
Right.
Now. You didn't hear that?
Still at 2:24 p.m., Mike Pence has moved from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall. The Senate remains in session as Senator for Kentucky Mitch McConnell speaks on the floor. Also, at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweets, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. This would be a significant tweet to the January 6th committee, for they claim that it was the motivation for a surge into the Capitol complex.
Our investigation. Now that's nonsense. The people would read this tweet and then surge in. It's clear that that's already what's going on. The other thing is, I think Trump should have done more on January 6th to quiet the crowd, but I also understand probably what's going on. Trump's fighting for his political life here. He's probably calling people, trying to do whatever he can, because once the election's certified, that's it. It's over. He legitimately thinks it was stolen. So he's trying to get in touch with Mike Pence's people, trying to get in touch with other people. He's probably not looking in real time at the people that are entering into the Capitol at this point.
Found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged.
What the January 6th committee failed to mention was that it was officers misusing munitions and CS gas at that same time that led to a surge.
Hey, Rich. Put it up the scaffolding.
At the urging of Officer Thau, a DC MPD officer attempts to fire a CS gas canister into the crowd. A short time later, after being gassed out, the police are forced to fall back, and they soon lose their position. As officers on the West Plaza...
There again, he shot into the fucking police. That's causing the police to fall back, which predictably causes the crowd to move forward.
unequipped with gas masks, struggle breathing. The plume of CS gas can be seen from the overhead camera on the lower right corner of your screen. It blows over the entire area of the West Plaza that the police had secured for nearly an hour. Within 3 minutes of the officer's CS gas misfire, the police line on the West Plaza entirely collapses. Back on the east side at 2:24 p.m., demonstrators are able to force open doors from the inside. These are the Columbus doors, which lead a short way to the rotunda of the Capitol. Back outside on the West Plaza, an elderly woman is violently pushed by police down a set of concrete stairs 3 times, which incites the crowd around her.
On one hand, I've been sort of sympathetic to the police officers here. But this is a bit much, don't you agree? I mean, she's literally standing there like this. She's not shoving at police or anything like this. Then what happens is the crowd gets pissed off, as you would expect.
Hey, did you hear that? We're trying to make it to Botanical Gardens. We're going in. All right. Down in Long Guns? Yes. Straight up. Any munitions you have, CDU.
At 2:28 p.m., in an interesting exchange, a press photographer on scene at the east entrance of the Capitol taps a demonstrator on his hip and shoulder to move him out of the way so he can presumably get a better shot of the action. Back out on the south side of the West Plaza, a demonstrator is taken down by 6 police officers. He receives multiple punches while in a face-down, prone position.
Now again, where are the Democrats? Isn't that too much fun? Nah, it was okay this day. Now, in the grand scheme of things, do I think this is a huge deal? No, I get it. Cops are fired up too. But isn't it interesting, the selective outrage that Democrats have? Imagine that this was an ICE protest and that was ICE agents beating the shit out of someone on the ground. Yeah, the stepping on the flag symbolic as well, right?
At 2:30 p.m., a security camera at the crypt lobby shows demonstrators gaining access to the Capitol via overhead lift doors. At this same time, the House is called into final recess.
Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
At 2:31 p.m., Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser orders a curfew from 6 p.m. that evening to 6 a.m. the following morning. At 2:33 p.m., a frustrated police officer can be heard venting about being, in his words, set up.
They set us up. That's what they did. They set us up. They set up 64. Oh, absolutely. And then they asked y'all to come 2 hours later. They set us up. They needed everybody right away. Nah, right away. They set us up. So now we ain't got...
That's the truth. And that's why I'm sympathetic to a lot of these officers as well. They did set them up to fail, and who knows how you would act in this situation. An overwhelming mass of people, and you're given a handful of people to protect. Remember, in the background, we had Capitol Chief Sund, these people's captain, all of these police officers you see, the top cop who's desperately trying to get help for his people. Please send us the National Guard. Nope, 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 nope. It was like they were set up to fail.
I'm gonna be as real as I can be. We are going to get overrun on the steps of the Capitol right now. We're getting hammered, okay? If you guys go down there, the paint compliance is working very minimally. There's 10,000 to 1. We're gonna lose the steps, and we're getting people hurt like a motherfucker.
Demonstrators are seen entering from the west side of the Capitol, while police officers watch them walk through the doors. Just feet away at 2:35 p.m., minutes after losing the West Plaza, Officer Aliotto throws a gas canister from the West Terrace into the crowd that has amassed on the West Plaza. This, along with other gas canisters sent into the crowds, gets thrown back at the officers. Most of these officers still do not have gas masks. At the same time on the West Terrace, officers are repeating the same mistakes they made one level lower on the West Plaza. An errant CS gas round is again fired into their held position on the West Terrace.
Again, once more, police shoot themselves with the gas. Now, I also understand that throwing the gas back, not good, But in that moment where you're being gassed, you probably pick it up and throw it back the other direction.
The spreading gas will eventually effectuate a retreat back into the Capitol through a narrow tunnel. This mistake would prove to be incredibly significant for the events that are yet to come. The retreat into the Capitol through the West Terrace Tunnel would create the conditions for the next standoff between demonstrators and police that would take place over the following hours. Instead of showing force outside of the tunnel, the police make the questionable decision of barricading themselves behind locked double doors, giving up the tactical position, and retreating to a defensive posture. While the police make their stand inside the West Terrace Tunnel, at 2:38 p.m., Donald Trump sends out a tweet addressing the actions at the Capitol. It reads, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful."
Now, given what you've seen so far, again, I'm not saying it's a good thing that people smashed in and were getting into the Capitol, but is anyone else as shocked as me that I thought that it was like extreme violence against the police officers. I haven't seen it yet. There were people enacting. The worst things I saw was the shoving of the sign into cops. That's not good. The breaking of the windows and shit to get in. And the general pushing. But what I was led to believe, that shit was fucking out of control and they're stomping the shit out of cops and this, that, and the other. And Trump still wasn't saying to be peaceful. That's not the way it went. So here you see, and remember, this was a post that was removed by Twitter later. Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. Stay peaceful. Not part of the narrative, is it?
At 2:39 p.m., Metropolitan Police Department reinforcements arrive at the Capitol, entering through the east carriage door. At the same time, police officers discuss being unprepared for what they encountered.
I didn't know we were coming up for this. I would have made sure we all had our masks.
I didn't realize how bad. They set us up to fail.
They did.
There was no way we were winning that.
Another cop admitting they set us up to fail.
And now you got at least 4 platoons that are just gassed out.
Yeah, literally.
Because us, 54, doesn't have masks.
Yeah. Well, remember, we're supposed to be rapid response just to buy time for the hard platoons to come.
They didn't come. They didn't ask for them.
So there you have it. The police, not only was there a lack of police presence, but even the police sent there weren't given the appropriate equipment. Have you heard the January 6th committee going heavy on why the fuck was the response so inadequate? Why was the preparation so inadequate? No, they didn't even want to talk to Capitol Chief Sund.
Who cares about the street? Like, prioritize.
Secure the Capitol.
At 2:42 p.m., journalist Taylor Hansen is walking behind Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California, as she turns a corner and approaches the speaker's lobby.
Now, here's the other thing. With the Babbitt thing, I originally, again, I want to be clear. I'm sympathetic. Breaking in, trying to get to politicians, yeah, I can understand using lethal munitions. But when you actually see what happened, in my head, it was way worse. It was like the cop that shoots her is barricaded in, and he's in the room with the senators. And so he has to shoot because it's the last line of defense. That's not what happens, as you'll see.
By 3 police officers. MPD officer Luke Foskett approaches a window and looks out upon the crowd on the western side of the Capitol building.
You're live, right? Yeah.
Moments later, members of the House seek shelter in the gallery while officers barricade entry into the chamber. It is at this moment that the only firearm to be discharged inside the Capitol that day can be loudly heard. The story of that gunshot is quite possibly the most tragic story of that day. The shot heard was a single round fired by Lieutenant Michael Byrd. It strikes Ashley Babbitt in the neck, and she falls back into the upper landing of the stairwell.
not saying what she did was good. But my goodness, it doesn't seem that it's severe as what I was led to believe.
Trying to ascertain information now.
She's a year younger than I am.
At 2:46 p.m., approximately the same time as Ashley Babbitt is shot by Capitol Police Officer Byrd, a series of smoke and signal flares are activated at various locations around the Capitol.
There's some kind of a flare in the sky there.
As the smoke clears, we again spot Ray Epps leaving the area and flanked by several individuals before leaving the Capitol grounds for the day. Meanwhile, demonstrators continue to enter the Capitol building. The first demonstrator enters the Senate chamber.
Oh!
Unit 7, we got
Avarice, you're a Chips Ahoy cookie. Keep going, man. We're praying for you.
protesters that are outside of the Senate chamber.
Over the course of the next 30 minutes, the Senate chamber will become a significant location of the day, along with the Capitol Rotunda, the Capitol corridors, and the West Terrace Tunnel.
Now the tunnel is where the most extreme violence from the crowd comes, as you'll see. Yeah, the group of people with Ray Epps, I'm not sure who they were, if it's ever been disclosed, if it was just people that were all happened to leave at the same time. But yeah, there was a group of people. Who were they? I don't know.
Prior to this point in the day, many demonstrators were free to roam the hallways and chambers of the building, meeting little resistance from Capitol Police.
The police here are willing to work with us and cooperate peacefully, like our First Amendment allows. Gather more Americans under the condition that they will come and gather peacefully to discuss what needs to be done to save our country.
Capitol Police Officer Robichaud asks a small group of demonstrators to remain peaceful.
Show us. No attacking, no assault, remain calm. We're not going to assault, we're going to be heard. Everybody, this must be peaceful. This has to be peaceful. We have the right to peacefully assemble.
Robichaud then proceeds to escort at least one demonstrator, Jacob Chansley, throughout various locations in the Capitol. At 2:46 p.m., additional demonstrators continue to enter the Senate chamber. Security footage shows no Capitol Police presence in the Senate chamber at this time. At this point in the day, many of the demonstrators on the outside have no idea the Capitol has even been breached. Let's go back to the multi-view to see what's going on around the Capitol grounds. On the southeast side, a group of MPD officers arrive to assist Capitol Police with clearing out the inside of the Capitol.
122 Crown, we're sending MPD through the south door of the Capitol. There's about 25 units in hard gear.
Back on the West Plaza, an enormous American flag has been draped over the scaffolding. On the east side of the Capitol, demonstrators have overtaken the stairs and continue to gather on the lawn. Back in the Rotunda at 2:48 p.m., we see demonstrators peacefully roaming around and taking photographs. The only law enforcement officers visible are standing in the doorway. As demonstrators continue to roam the hallways, one officer has a concerning realization.
They make it up here. They can go right to the Senate floor. They just don't realize it.
Back at the West Terrace Tunnel, a demonstrator...
Now again, one of the things that's crazy, and this is something that even Destiny said when this happened, right? At this point, it's clear to see those, and they could have went past police if they wanted. When you hear those guys saying, yeah, be peaceful, blah, 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 they could have made it. There's so many, but they don't. They just basically stop and they're like, oh, yeah. Let's be peaceful. Let's have our voice heard.
Activates a fire extinguisher into the tunnel towards dozens of law enforcement officers.
Motor 13, we need munitions and 50 officers on the rotunda steps, at the top of the steps. We need munitions to clear these steps.
Want to push forward?
Push back? Yeah, no, right now, no. Wait, because we got to get numbers.
Yeah.
I'm seeing stars right now.
mean, again, this doesn't excuse the people that engaged in violence or something, but it doesn't seem like a mob that's all there to take out senators or the VP.
Inside the Senate chamber, demonstrators are rummaging through desks looking for intel.
Objection to the Arizona.
Objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Look, objection to counting electoral votes of the state of Arizona.
Wait, no, that's
okay. All right.
He's with us. He's with us.
The standoff back at the West Terrace Tunnel continues, with more demonstrators arriving on the outside and more officers arriving on the inside.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Damn it, back the f*** up! Interlock the shields! Lock them together! Lock them together! Do you know how to lock them together? Here, like this.
There's gotta be something here we can use against the scumbags.
Quit acting a fool, man!
America's Republic. Oh no, this is good stuff.
Hey! Quit acting a fool!
No, this is good. This is all good. This is something that's wrong. He's a good one. Him and Waller or whatever.
I think Cruz would want us to do this, so
Yeah,
I think we're good.
Put it over there. We're going to come this way. Then you lock yours in and close this off. You get your arms through these shields. You know how to put your arms. So we have a hard platoon guy here. Show them how to lock the shields together and hold the shields. Hey, hold it. Hold it, baby. It's the only way we're going to hold this door.
At 2:55 p.m., law enforcement begins to move demonstrators out of the Capitol from various locations.
We are Americans. I pray for every one of you. For your safety.
You need to give up communism, is what you need to do. You need to give up communism to protect these people. We're patriots.
How much it costs for you to betray your duty and your people?
But they continue to struggle to control the Rotunda and West Plaza Tunnel.
1776. Hey, don't put your hands on anyone. We're patriots. Hey, go in Nancy's office. Go to Nancy's office.
Richard Barnett, the demonstrator who posed for this photo in House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, attempts to persuade an officer to let him back in to retrieve his flag.
418 Frankfurt, informational. I have a group of about 20 to 30 officers that are cordoned off on the south side of the Rotunda stairs. We're just going to hold the line over here so we get some kind of control of this crowd.
Now, one thing I'll say is people at different areas of this don't understand what's going on at other areas. So this guy doesn't know that in that tunnel, there are people fighting with police. The police don't know at this moment, if they're in one action, what's going on at other actions. They just don't know. So it's weird to see, right, the interactions, like the juxtaposition.
There's no enforcement we can take at this time.
Hey, man. Glad to see you guys. You guys are patriots. Look at this guy. He's got covered in blood. God bless you. You good, sir? Do you need medical attention?
I'm good, thank you.
All right.
Jacob Chansley takes a seat at the Senate dais. He decides to leave a note for Vice President Pence.
Now that you've done that, can I get you guys to walk out of this room, please? Yeah.
There's 4 million people coming in, so a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
All right, come on. Let's all say a prayer. Let's say a prayer. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for gracing us with this opportunity. Thank you, Thank you, Heavenly Father.
Yes, sir. I have 75 people inside the Senate chambers, just for information. They are going through desks and on top of podium.
Back at the Rotunda, dozens of MPD officers prepare to clear out all of the demonstrators.
Hold the door. They told us to push that way. No. Hold the door.
We're out of the Capitol. DC, we're holding on.
All right, 401, just advise the units outside the Rotunda door. We've got CDU Hot Squad sending all these individuals out of the Rotunda.
I'll take them on.
So this is 3:05. At this point, still no deploying of the National Guard. Sund is desperately trying to get police forces from around the area in there to help out, and you can understand why.
You good? Grab the police. Let's go. Push. All right. Push them out. Move. Move.
job. 105, I'm currently at the main door to the Senate chamber.
Sorry, up here. I'll be the time. Let's go, let's go.
Thank you.
Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's be honest, this fucking LARPing shit is stupid. And no, just because you're a police officer in there doesn't mean that you're selling out the country, etc. I think the police had every right, and the people deploying the police had every right to be like, no, you can't just storm through here and do whatever you want. You can't. Some of these police officers may themselves be Trump supporters. I don't know. So I'm not blaming 99% of the officers that you see here. The one that shoved that old lady, that's one thing. The shooting of Ashley Babbitt seemed way too much. Some of the ones that were doing dumb shit like shooting gas that ended up hitting their own side more than the protesters, that's stupid. But as far as the position they're put in, they're overwhelmed. They're probably, imagine being in that tunnel. You're getting crushed. You're the law enforcement officers in there. You're going to fight back. I get it. The problem is, what do you expect's going to happen when you've set this situation up in this manner? You knew there were going to be a bunch of people. Seemed there were key people that agitated the conflict and the breaking down the barriers. There's an inadequate police presence. They're threatened, fight back, causes an escalation.
Thank you, officers. God bless you guys. Thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it. That's a glorious person, isn't it?
And so you can see a lot of them, the protesters, like, thank you, officers, which would be the appropriate response here.
It just smells like an old church.
Back at the scuffle at the West Terrace Tunnel, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Leading up to the tunnel are a series of steps the demonstrators are having trouble navigating. It is a very tense and dangerous situation in this area. For over an hour, the police have been inside the building, behind the inner doors, while demonstrators have occupied the tunnel.
Yeah, fuck these people that are pushing the cops like this. Fuck them. Not acceptable.
At 3:13 p.m., President Trump sends out another tweet. He writes, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you."
405 John is advising they need additional assets.
At 3:19 p.m., police successfully expel the demonstrators from the tunnel. During the skirmish, a U.S. Capitol police officer is dragged into the crowd of demonstrators.
Let him through, let him through, let him through. Which way do you want to go? Which way do you want to go? Go back inside. Go back inside. That way! That way! Don't hurt him. Hold him. Good guy. Very good guy. Lift him off. We let you go. Come on. Hey.
He is later returned to the police line. And
I mean, that could have got really ugly. So it's great that they let that officer back in. But again, it goes against the narrative of these were just bloodthirsty maniacs that were attacking law enforcement.
Heads back to safety inside the tunnel. The demonstrators manage to hold their ground and begin to push the police back into the tunnel. This sets the stage for the final tragic conflict. Demonstrators and police are engaged.
Those guys should have went to fucking jail that are fighting cops like that.
In physical altercations. Sprayed chemical agents are lingering in the narrow hallway.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us.
At 4:17 p.m., President Trump posts a 1-minute video to his Twitter account, urging demonstrators to stay peaceful and go home.
We have to have peace. We have to have law and order.
Twitter quickly attached a warning label on the video, which read, "This claim of election fraud is disputed, and this tweet can't be replied to, retweeted, or liked due to a risk of violence." This limited the reach of the message.
So there's Trump actually saying, hey, everybody go home, and Twitter throttles it.
Minutes later, Twitter would remove the entire video message from its platform.
I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace.
As the demonstrators are pushed back by police, they fall on top of each other. Some are pressed against the ground, unable to move. A woman named Roseanne Boyland, a Trump supporter from Georgia, finds herself pinned under the deluge of bodies. The situation is critical.
Collapsed inside that corridor from asphyxiation, couldn't breathe. Brought her out onto the main steps outside of that. Several people started doing CPR on her. I tried to get her carotid pulse for several minutes, and even I cut part of her jeans away so that I could try to feel her femoral pulse, and I couldn't feel the femoral pulse at all. By the time that they decided to pick the person up and give them to the police officer, she had blue lips and blood was coming out of her nose.
Man, wherever CP fire needs to go for that CPR that's going on.
Didn't seem hopeful at all. I don't think that person will be revived.
Officers transport Boyland inside the tunnel and begin CPR.
Could you please send the ambulance that is coming for the code down at Lower West Terrace to the house door for entry?
Yeah, she got stuck under there. She fell down.
That's right.
Yeah.
Boyland is transported inside for one last revival attempt.
Is that one of ours or that protest? Huh? Is that one of ours or is that protest? Protest. Oh.
City 70, they're destroying the media equipment over here in the Senate A. Copy. Protesters are destroying media equipment at the Senate A.
At 5 p.m., as the citywide 6 p.m. curfew looms, police are making progress securing the Capitol, and a steady stream of demonstrators leave the Capitol grounds.
Now you saw the amount of people that they had. They could have burst through there if they wanted, but they didn't. They basically just walk around once they're in there, and then they leave.
At 5:10 p.m., police use tear gas to drive the remaining demonstrators from the Capitol's upper levels. Over the PA system, an announcement is made that all individuals are required to leave Capitol Hill or be subject to arrest. At 5:40 p.m., National Guard troops begin to arrive at the Capitol to secure the premises. 1 minute after the curfew goes into effect, Donald Trump sends out a final message to his supporters that day. At 8 p.m., the Capitol is declared secure.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
Shortly after, at 8:06 p.m., the Senate resumes debate over the certification of Arizona's vote in the Senate chamber.
By the way, not that Mike Pence was not going to certify the electors, but this all but was the nail in the coffin for that, for anything else that Trump might want to do in his last days as president or to challenge. That was it. That's it. So the people that engaged in acts of violence, complete, total fucking idiots. Completely sabotage themselves, not to mention how this would be the seminal moment used to censor Trump supporters going forward.
The House would reconvene about an hour later. The election results will be certified. And 14 days later, Joe Biden will walk down the same tunnel and stairs where the police and demonstrators fought for hours, and where Roseanne Boyland took her last breath to be inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States. January 6th, 2021. A day of hope and patriotism that turned into a day of chaos and tragedy. For the past 3 years, the shadow of January 6th looms large in our politics, in our culture, and in our national conversation. Are we any closer to understanding the events of that day? Are we still in the timeline of January 6th?
Now, what struck me looking at that was the violence against police was nowhere near to the level that I assumed. The worst of it were the people in that tunnel. That's the worst of it. I'll put the link out if you want to watch that video yourself. I see both sides of the equation, though. I see the side from the police. It doesn't mean they didn't do anything wrong, but I understand being massively overwhelmed and feeling like you were set up. That's the other big takeaway. The lack of police presence. It's like the moments that really stand out is like when they first breached, there's like a fucking dozen cops preventing them from getting into the Capitol. That's insane. The cops themselves saying, we got fucking played. We got set up. It's surreal. Now, for the optics of getting into the Capitol, I understand. It enrages me, too. To see people that are fighting with police, like that guy that had the crutch that's smacking him. Fuck that guy. Trying to get into our Capitol? No. But the vast majority of people there engaged in no violence whatsoever against law enforcement. And the violence we saw was less than you see in an average fucking Black Lives Matter riot and protest. That's the event right there, what you saw. That's what we're supposed. That's the worst thing since Pearl Harbor, they say. Now you watch that with the lefty and they'll tell you how bad it is. Oh my God. Remember, the guy that was tasked with defending them before any real violence started requesting the National Guard to prevent them from getting into the Capitol. They went after every single person that they could identify who was just on the Capitol grounds, trespassing, except Ray Epps. So, all right. I'm going to give you guys a chair again. I'm going to go let my dog out. And then I'll read some more super chats. Be sure to get them in. I will be right back. Give me like 3 minutes. I'm coming, Dorothy. All right. Super chat. Fuel My Fire, $2 says, for the off-cam grift. Love you, Rob. Thank you. And then again, $2 says, your team's worse than mine. Uh-huh. Bandit, $2 says, they went after a guy for taking a selfie with a lectern. Yep. He's on X, lectern guy. Bandit, $2 says, let us know when she gets the everything bagel. Yes, Avarice's wife. It's going to happen tonight. I feel it. Stand Up, $20 says, congrats to Avarice. Keep up the great work. Glory to God, not one step back. Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Avarice, you're going to be a tremendous father. And I hope everything we're praying, everything goes well tonight. Bandit, $2 says, if we are 1/4 as bad as the left portrays us. Yep, totally agree. David Moore, $10 says, if ever lead something like this, there'll be a dead giveaway when I lead a mob of an a cappella rendition of Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. Oh, don't lump me in with that shit. Don't get violent and don't lump me in with it. But funny. Bandit, $5 says, Democrats never say a word then. Just cops that died of natural causes within days. Lionizing people that would have died if January 6th never happened. Yep. I'm not saying there wasn't violence against police, but I was shocked at how little it seemed. Teresa, thanks so much for becoming a member. And Bandit, $2 says, chair, play Disney Whip song. No, $100 to request a specific song. Now, we did not get to the $500 to play the Sun video, but that's okay. We could play it in a different day. Otis Driftwood, $5 over in Rumble. Thanks so much. Says, you at Word War. I should be. I see no reason I won't be. But again, anything could happen. The old car could break down for all I know. Checking my emails. So that's it. That's January 6th in retrospective. Blown way out of proportion. Defined it as an insurrection, which we could see hundreds of left-wing insurrections if we go by the definition they were saying. Complete incompetence, we're told, by the law enforcement, FBI, etc., when the best explanation would be that it was intentional and corrupt. So I hope you'll keep that in mind the next time you hear the left scream about January 6th. Unforced Ego, $10. Thank you so much, man. And because Racecar, $5 says, paying forward the gift of the membership. Thanks, whoever you are. Oh, we have hit the goal. I forgot to do the goal thing, huh? Go! Thank you. And we are at 500. I didn't put up any D&D videos. That's true. That's definitely true. What the hell's going on with my headphones here? Now, we'll start with the Sund video. But seeing as how I still owe whip songs and all that good shit tonight, here's what we'll do. We'll start the video. And we're going to need $50 of donations every 15 minutes to keep going. Or else, it's a reasonable hour. I've been streaming 3.5 hours. I'll start to play whip songs and then we'll head to bed. Avarice! How you doing, man? How's our support person going? So here we go. So 145, we'll need $50 more in donation. Let's do it, though. We'll up the speed in this a little, too.
Talking about the storming of the Capitol, killing members of Congress, or killing my police officers, was ever discussed at the conference calls that I was on, at least.
That doesn't seem to make sense at all.
It doesn't make sense. I'm looking at my men and women having their asses handed to them, and my first thought was, fuck it, I will take whatever discipline there is.
Once things got out of control, for 71 minutes, Pelosi refused to allow you to bring in the National Guard. Why don't we have answers?
It doesn't seem like people really want to get to the bottom. And it gets worse from there. I had a conference call with the leaders of all the law enforcement. It was a call I coordinated. Not one person on that call talked about any concerns from the intelligence, the attack on the Capitol that we were seeing that was out there. That's what's scary.
This sounds like a setup to me. I'm sorry, it does.
New Jersey State Police beat DC National Guard to the Capitol.
Wait, cops drove from New Jersey before the National Guard?
Obviously, the intro.
Capitol Hill to the Capitol. Why isn't this story everywhere?
I have no idea.
If you wanted to understand what happened on January 6, 2021 at the U.S. Capitol, one of the first people you'd talk to, maybe the first, would be Stephen Sund. Sund was the chief of Capitol Police that day. He knew more about what happened than virtually anyone else in the United States. And yet congressional investigators...
What's up, man? Our friend Avarice, what's happening?
Hey.
At the hospital. Are we still pushing?
We're at Chips Ahoy, brother.
Oh! You'll get there. You'll get to everything, Bagel.
24 hours in. I saw we made the Dono Bar, so I figured I'd make a special guest appearance.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so happy you called in, man. How's she feeling? She doing all right?
Yeah, fantastic. They got her in a bunch of weird, I call her upside down camel positions where they have her on her knees and they have her on the side.
Yep.
I'm exhausted.
Oh, yeah.
The man spot where like the man's supposed to sit in the nook, right? So there's cushions. They have two left cushions. So one of my cushions overlaps and slides off like a slip and slide. so it's just easier to sleep on the floor, right? So it's like, fuck it, I'm Alaskan. I'll sleep on the ice cold floor. I don't care. So the nurse is always coming in going, is he okay on the floor? And my wife's like, he's from the military. He'll sleep forever.
Yeah, the floor is too comfy for him. Well, man, I'm glad everything's going good so far. I know it's a long time, 24 hours, but you'll look back and you'll be like, what an incredible day, man.
I can't wait to meet my son. My whole family's here. My wife's family's here. They're all Mexican, so we have all the fourth cousins as well here.
Nice.
We've loaded in the entire lobby. It's been fantastic. So yeah. But here we are in the wonderful hospital wing.
It's beautiful. What a beautiful
dude.
hospital.
I want to thank everybody out there, the Norians, our fans, for all the love and support you guys have been showing me through this time. It's more humbling than you will ever know out there. I love each and every single one of you to the bottom of my heart. And I'm blessed to be a part of the Rob Noerr Show, Normal America with Rob Noerr, because this is, in fact, one of my favorite shows.
Oh.
And I don't think I could ask for a better team to be involved with moving on to my future life. It's fantastic. So I love you all.
I can't, I'm so excited. First off, I'm glad you told people in Discord, because I didn't know if I should mention it when I came on, because I didn't want you to be like, hey, it's private. But then I came on and everyone's like, oh, we're going to have Dad Avarice. And I was like, oh, you guys know. So then I guess I can't talk about it. So I mean,
word travels really fast when it comes into Avarice land. So.
Yeah.
I think people are surprised we're not streaming the birth going, Rob, for $50 donos right now, I'll pull out the leg.
My son Riddick will sing a Disney whip song for $100. No. Man, it's I know we're all praying for you, man. We're all rooting you on, and your wife. It's almost time, man. You'll see. It'll go fast when it happens. It's like a blur, me remembering. Now, it was COVID for me, so there was no one around. No one was allowed in. I had to basically walk out with an escort if I wanted to go outside and grab like a Snickers bar or some shit. That's how strict they were at the time. So it was good and bad because our family couldn't be there, which is good and bad because you really want them there. But at the other time, it's like sort of a circus when there's that many people there. So I'm sure that you're experiencing that right now.
I'm being very avarice-y, because we're at a place called the St. Agnes, right? So I'd be like, they'll say something that's very like feminist like, or they'll be like, "Oh, we need to talk to your wife for a minute." I go, "That's very unchristian of you."
Yeah, that's funny. Now, have you asked them as far as support persons go? How do they feel you're doing?
They did. So I walked in here like, and they're like, "I wish every dad was," because I'm pacing in there. I'm like, "Woo, my baby's coming." Woo! like, every dad doesn't come in here. I'm like, hey, you know, my baby's coming.
That's what, when I was there, I mean, granted, this is 5 years ago, and they were like, it's more rare to have the dad there than not. A lot of women are single, or the dad's like got other shit going on.
Well, here's the kicker. I'm in Cali, right? So like, that's very normal here. So since I've been here, there's been multiple babies going off, and there's only been one other dad I've actually met.
Crazy. It's crazy.
So, yeah. So,
wow.
But I'm just so happy to be here. I'm super blessed. You know, we have my wife's mom and dad are currently up there in the room with her. So we're just playing it ear by ear. So yeah, what am I doing in California? Everybody knows I live in 3 states.
Yeah. Man, I'm so happy for you. And like I said, I'll be all night worried about it. I'll be praying, but it's gonna go great. Everything's gonna go great. You'll see.
Yeah, I can't wait for the normal America to meet baby Avarice.
Avarice. Dude, when they hand you your son, right? Like for me, I was like, are you guys like, you're gonna trust me to hold this guy?
Yeah. Dude,
That's how I felt at the time.
You're gonna be
really?
You're gonna be a big part of that kid's life. So you better learn how to hold that kid.
Oh no, I'm an expert now. Now that I went through it. But the first time I'm like, like I don't want to, you know, it's crazy how fast it'll go. It really is. But
now
man, I couldn't be happier for you.
Now, I would be reminiscent of me, Rob, to say, you know, I did tune in at the perfect hour because it is time to spin that wheel.
That's true. It is definitely that time. We'll get to the Tucker videos some other night, but yeah, we'll do that. Now, do you want to stick around while I play one of these songs?
You got me here for the wheel, baby. I wouldn't be here if you didn't fill that dono bar.
All right, we got 2 of them lined up, so here we go. Now I hope it's one. Oh goodness, is that the stupid dolphin one? Is that what that is? Why does this one come up all the time? This and the Disney one, I think, are the 2 biggest. All right, here you go, man. Hopefully, you get some enjoyment out of this with your insane day you have going on. Here we go.
Here we go. We got some good stars.
It's a good one.
Can I dance in the middle of the hospital?
I'm sure. No one will care. Can you hear it?
Oh, yeah.
They'll be like, what is this shit? Now, this might be what maybe Riddick needs to incentivize and be like, come out here. Yeah.
looked at from in the hospital.
Yeah, everyone's gonna be like, what kind of music is this?
POV.
A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Whoa.
Oh my gosh, it's still going. My goodness.
People.
Hey, we did it. Oh man.
And for those of you worrying about me getting back in there, both the mother and the father in there, I'm about one elevator ride upwards and about 30 seconds away. We're good. So
Oh, good. Oh man. So we'll save the rest of it. Or for once we're ending the show here tonight. We only got one more Whip Wheel song, but what are you feeling? You think you're gonna sleep tonight?
you know, it's just hit or miss, you know. I mean, like I said, I was in the military, so I'll sleep whenever, you know, sleep when you can get it. But you know, I'm whenever that baby comes, I'm up and ready. So
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I don't think I slept, but it was odd because by the time I started to get tired, they knew they were going to induce Courtney, and so they were going to induce her at like 1 a.m. and like a couple more women came in that were like in labor, so they're like, we're going to have to put it off, and so at that point they put it off until like 8 in the morning, and that I was on pins and needles, so I couldn't, you know, because at any moment they might.
Mine's been a trooper. The problem is that the water like didn't like technically just break, it like trickled out, which gave us time. But then the time is like, okay, well now it's more time of us being here. So my son's doing this fun thing of we're gonna contract, and then right when you think we're gonna go, I'm gonna calm down and troll all you assholes.
Yeah,
like it's like,
yeah, I'm good. Yeah, that's great.
And I'm just like, you're not supposed to be like me yet. It's like 10 more hours, then you can start acting like me.
Yep.
Stop trolling us already.
That's great. What a great start. My goodness.
So,
well, make sure
I'm just happy
tell your
I
wife
get
that everybody's cheering for her, and we know it's going to end up great. Make sure she knows.
Dude, it's been fantastic. Everybody at the Crucible and the Normal America and Speakeasy's channel and all across the globe of our sphere has been nothing but loving and supportive. The Foundry crew made sure to let me know that my gift from the Foundry crew was debate con for my child. Or debate university.
Yeah.
So the group bought debate university for my child.
We'll have to put some lessons for like toddlers in there. Like, here's how you out debate, like when, you know, trying to negotiate that toy from your friend there. We can hook that up. Yeah.
Here's how you properly shut down your leftist teacher.
Yes. Nice.
In a way that doesn't get you in trouble.
Yeah. Crazy. Oh man. I don't know.
I'm excited. It's crazy. I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad to that I have the support. I mean, y'all are fantastic. I can't ask for a better community. I can't ask for a better place to call family. So I appreciate everybody. I love you all. You know, we've been through wild roller coasters, everybody. We've gone from panel to panel with Aberspurging to Rob Noerr whip songs, and here we are, and I'm just happy to be here for all of you.
Well, we are so happy, and I know I'm gonna text Courtney here once I'm up with you and let her know what's going on, because she asked me earlier today, and I honestly was like, I doubt maybe I'll get a text, but I doubt we'll hear from him until it happens. So I'm very happy you called
it's
in.
funny because I have your numbers at like the top of my phone, like call Rob.
That's good stuff. I'll probably wrap up the stream here. But you can call me.
I figured you were gonna. That's why I came in at the tail end.
Yeah.
I didn't want to come in and like just waste out a whole bunch of time, and I knew I only had a short amount, so I wanted to come in, get a few whip songs, and then get on moving forward. So
well, I appreciate it, man. I'm so happy, and I know everyone else is happy you called in. Truly a blessing. A day that'll be marked in history for everyone. They'll say, I remember watching that stream. Little Average, future president of the United States was born, So, all right, man. Well, we love you. We're
you got one
for
more
you.
spin, so I'm gonna head out before that spin takes place. If it is the Disney Whip song, if somehow by miracle it's the Disney Whip song, I'll jump back in for the rest of you.
Listen,
that's gonna be an outside performance, so you'd have to give me a minute to get outside.
No, you don't even no. You can enjoy this one. You don't have to. Let's see. Oh, not that horse one again. We've heard this one recently too, but that's all right. All right. Let's see. Maybe.
Oh no. We don't get to break rules because Avarice is having a baby. You know how the rules are. It's $100 to name a song.
This one's 4 minutes. Here we go. Enjoy.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip, there's a way.
It's so crazy in here when I'm dancing to this. It's a hospital. They've seen Baby Alice is going to be a king grifter too. You pay that money. Ha! Always wants to go left and right.
Thank goodness. Oh my goodness.
You know, the funny part is, so Rob, I was making sure that they made sure I meant business here at the hospital. So I made sure they kept away from me. Not today, degenerates.
Ah, that's good stuff. They're probably like, this guy. What is this guy?
Yeah, hey.
That's funny. Well, Avarice, I'm gonna let you go, man. Get back in with the wife. Tell her we all said we love her. We're praying for her. Everything's gonna come very fast now, and I couldn't be happier for you guys, for real.
Again, thank you everybody out there, from chat to everybody from the Avarice family out there, for all the love and support you guys are giving us. We appreciate it, and we're doing our best to keep you all updated with how we are coming over at the Avarice family, and we love you all. Rob, we love you. Thank you for being such a good friend.
Man. Yes,
Courtney,
of course.
as well. We love you too. Thank you, guys.
Let her know. We love you guys. What an absolute, oh my goodness. I know, like, we were going to cover the Tucker thing, but that's so much more important. I'm so happy that everything's going well for him. Man, that's amazing. What an amazing feeling. Men or women out there, find someone you love, get married, have kids. It's the greatest feeling in the world. I'm so happy that he gets to begin this. For me, it makes me really remember back January 9th, 2021. What an absolute boss my son was. Man. Thank you guys so much, too, for keeping Avarice and his wife in your prayers, and his son. Everything's going to work out great, and I can't wait. I can't wait to eventually meet them. So, whew. Well, on that note, we're going to sort of end the show unless anyone has any more monies that they want to donate. We'll give you all a couple minutes, but that's a high point. That's a high note to end the show on. So I'm very happy with that. It is. Where Avarice is at right now is the coolest feeling in the world. His wife probably not feeling that it's the coolest feeling in the world right now. His contractions are going on, but she'll look back and it's all worth it. It really is. Oh my goodness. it's so cool. It's so cool. Oh man. We are going to raid over to, if someone's on tonight. I don't see anyone on. Any suggestions I'm willing to take? Well, there won't be a raid tonight. Whatever's on? Okay, we could do that. Give me 1 second. Just get the link. Okay. We'll raid over to the Whatever podcast. Oh, man. I'm nervous for the man here. But we're going to raid over to the Whatever podcast. Not everyone's cup of tea, but enjoy. Man, thank you all so much. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you for the donos. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to everyone who liked this stream. Thank you to Avarice for calling in at this moment. It's really crazy. I'm going to have my phone on me tonight in case I get the call from him. But, man, what a night. For this night only, we will... how do I do this? Man, I don't know how to do it. There won't be an outro video tonight. Oh, actually, we'll just do this for outro. For our man Avarice, please, please, please keep him, his wife, and his son in your prayers tonight. We know everything's going to go great, but please keep them in your prayers. For Avarice, one last time here tonight.
This is the Rob Noerr Show. It's not the Noerr Rob Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob Noerr Show. This is the Rob Noerr Show.
Wait, you want to do that? All right. Thank you guys so much. There's no outro video today. Amagad, thanks so much. Member 5 months says J6, a Democrat success story. Absolutely. And Bandit for $2 says Baby Avarice. Thank you guys so much. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Should be streaming around noon. Thank you so much. As always, have a good one. Please, please, please keep Avarice, his son, and his wife in your prayers tonight.